Hello and welcome to the 2024 APTA Junior National Championship from Canoe Brook Country Club in Summit, New Jersey. I'm Patty Hogan along with Jill Fair. This event today is live streamed today thanks to the APTA national sponsors, Volley and Fusion. Thankful also to the APTA membership and our New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis Association, the New Jersey Women's Platform Tennis League, the New Jersey Partners League, the New Jersey Flex League, and Riley Green Mountain Platform Tennis Courts and Court Pro. We're opening up our rain delay event today, rain all day, with the girls 15 finals. We're going to have Philadelphia's Audrey Abernathy playing with Finley Redpath, and they're coming up against Hadley Arcady and Dylan Savarese. Jill, welcome.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Patty.
Hey, Jill, what a crazy morning. We've had rain all day, but the kids have hardly noticed.
Yep, you wouldn't know a thing, but if you ask the kids, which is great.
Yeah, and Jill, we have a benefit today. I think we're going to have a good idea who the kids are because maybe we can read the back of their jackets. I'm not sure.
Well, we're going to try our best.
Okay, we may have to get them to print them a little bigger on the next round. We'll make a note to our producing team.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jill.
Here we go. Savarese on the left side at the net right here at the ad side, and Arcady's on the right. They're wearing matching jackets, which is going to make it.
Okay, Jill, why don't you tell us about where they're from?
Okay, so let's see. What's this one? Let's see. Hadley Arcady is from Cold Spring Harbor, New York, and Dylan also from Cold Spring Harbor. They're both 15 years old. So let's see. Hadley plays the deuce court, and her favorite paddle shot, Patty, is the return drive. Her favorite paddle player is Lisa Rudloff, and I bet you I know why. Lisa's an amazing teacher. Let's see all about Hadley. Hadley has two siblings, loves the Islanders. And then her partner Dylan is in the ad court. Her favorite shot to drive as well. She also plays lacrosse and tennis and enjoys also a paddle player, Lisa Rudloff. So shout out Lisa.
Okay. Jill, I wasn't really listening.
That's
sorry.
okay. That's okay. That was
else.
about the two names I saw. So now we can go on the other side
here. Other side.
Here we can see here.
We're going to get
Redpath is in the blue jacket and Abernathy's in the deuce court. So let's hear. So this is Audrey Abernathy, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in the deuce court. She likes the drive as well. A lot of drivers out there.
And just stop there, Jill. Just tell us the other hometown, and then we'll add.
Finley Redpath, also from Philly, Pennsylvania.
Okay, everybody. This is a monumental task to pull this off. Kudos to Greg Morgan, who is the APTA Junior Board member, who is handling the show here. And we have so many volunteers, besides Jill and myself helping out. We'll acknowledge them as we go on, and I might just acknowledge someone right now. Beacon Hill, Tomas Christian. We've got Chris Humphreys and Vera Pasanova over from Short Hills running the show. Drew Broderick right here. Lori Hissey, Cher Akramov, Lynn Ivins help, Mike Gillespie, Dave Broderick, Will Everett, Rick Solomon, Pablo Blasco, and Steve Kakam, and Jeremiah De Jose. We're adding those names because all the kids played at 14 different clubs all morning, and all of these volunteers and pros ran the show to make it a great event for the kids. We have 4 umpires who will be working the matches today. A lot of them are familiar to you guys with Mike Yahimsky and Carol Overton. They are APTA umpires, and then we have Steve Kahn and Mike Stulak, I think, will be on here. John Birchinall is helping. The way this works, Junior Nationals, we'll show you about a set, and if we have another court ready to go, we'll move them over so we get as many kids on the stream as possible. Lastly, this event couldn't be possible without all of the neighboring clubs who do an amazing job of donating their courts for this event every single year. So a big thank you to Canoe Brook Country Club, Beacon Hill Club, Rackets Club, Short Hills Club, Morristown Field Club, Springbrook Country Club, Mars County Golf Club, Mendham Golf Club, Trump Bedminster, Fiddler's Elbow Country Club, Echo Lake Golf Club, Plainfield Country Club, Chatham Fishing Game, Minnesink, Lake Bella Hall Club, Park Lakes Club, and Orange Lawn. All of these clubs gave us their courts, and we kind of, depending on the event, we sent people in different directions. We didn't use all of the clubs this morning because the rain prevented us from moving things around too much. But anyway, we're about to be underway with our first action from the 2024 APTA Junior Nationals. Jill,
I have a fun fact about this match if you want to
Why
hear it.
don't? This is a great time
Fun
for
fact.
that.
So the semifinals that got these two teams here to the finals both ended in a third set super tiebreaker.
Okay, so
the-
they
the-
played 2 out of 3 sets regular scoring.
Yes. Their third sets were very close. So I will say the level of this girls 15 and under is very tight.
Could you tell us what the semifinal matchups
Sure.
were?
The Arcady Savarese won their semifinals over DeCaro Nichols 7-5, 3-6, and then 11-9 in a third set super tiebreak. That was pretty close. And the other semi was Abernathy Redpath. They played the Heflin sisters, Heflin, and they won their match. Abernathy Redpath won 6-2, 2-6, and then 10-8
Oh,
super
wow.
tiebreaker. So pretty
Gotcha.
close.
All right. So I think we're waiting for our umpire. Hey, Jill, I believe this match is 2 out of 3 sets regular scoring. I believe this is going to be a 2 out of 3 sets regular scoring. We're going to get a confirmation from Lynn Ivins, who's going to talk to our tournament director, Greg Morgan, for confirmation of our scoring format. Jill, it looks
Yeah.
like the rain,
It's a little heavy.
I believe, I just saw some cats and dogs go by. I think it's raining cats and dogs almost out here.
Yeah.
But the amazing thing is, you know, Jill, how great are these kids? All of them have real positive attitude.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And, you know, the courts are holding up. Everybody came prepared. They all knew we were in for a rain event out here. We've got a family tailgate party that's going to start out in the parking lot, Jill. We've got some food for the families and their siblings, and we
Yeah.
try to make it a real fun family event here. The rain is dampening some people's spirits, but I don't think any of the kids are fazed by it.
Paddle's one of those only sports, Patty. You play in the rain, you play in the snow. No canceling.
Hey girls, no umpire coming out for the semi, just for the final. So after your warm-up serves, all that.
Jill?
you guys can
Yep,
escape.
I got you. I got you. They're just talking about the umpire coming there. Just making sure they know the rules. This truly takes a village to run this day.
Okay, so the rain delay has impacted our umpiring crew who are seeking shelter and getting the proper equipment out here. I thought they were going to be out there with the girls, but they were no fools. I think Carol Uwerton is headed out first. So Jill, APTA Junior National Championships, just a long, amazing tradition. You yourself played in it, and you, I believe, Did you win the girls' 15s?
I won them all. I won every level.
Nice.
Back in the day.
What age group, Jill?
Three different partners. Back then, we didn't have a 10 and under, so it was 12 and unders.
12, 15, 18s?
15, 18s, yep, with
Got
three
it.
different girls.
Who did you win with, Jill?
I won with Heidi, don't ask me which was which, but Heidi Hughesby I won. I won with Muffin Sloanacres, I'm going to mess up her name, Jenna?
Jill, this is called
Oh my
filler,
God! This
so
is
make
called,
up a name.
No, I'm thinking of my. This is testing my. I'm not going to say how old I am. Brain, and that's so funny. And the best part about it is that I had a great time with all three partners. I met through paddle, except for one girl who went to my high school, but the rest I didn't. I really just met through paddle. So it's a great sport for kids playing, meeting other kids from other states, other clubs. And just really just stepping on the court and having a great time.
So,
That's
Jill,
what we
it's a
did.
family tradition. Where I was going with this, Piestes, Myestes, your
Yeah.
dad. You've got generations, 3 generations. Your son, Mason and Garrett, played out here. I think
They
both
did.
I think Mason might have gone out in the quarters that I see. Carol, our umpire, is out there.
Yeah. He Mace lost in the semis, but it's all right. He had a good day in the rain. Gare lost in the quarters, but again, had a good day. They're playing great. They love paddle. That makes me happy.
So that's the beauty of junior nationals. You know, you get your kids in it, and then you have a game for life, and your family is the proof of that. And
That's
I
for
mean, everybody in the sport of paddle knows your father, your brother, you, the kids. It's what makes the sport so special, and that's why, you know, get the kids in this. This is a game for life for your kids, and
Absolutely.
all you need are 3 other kids, which you can find 3 adults to play paddle all the time. Don't you think we found that, Jill, as an adult?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, it's
Yeah.
hard to round up a football team or a baseball team, but, you know, paddle, you just need 3 other kids.
Yep.
Jill, we started out today, we had about, I think, 174 kids participating in girls and boys 10 and unders, girls and boys 12 and unders, girls and boys 15 and unders, and then we had U18s.
Yep.
And we have history in the making potentially here today. The Fridays from Pittsburgh have 4 national titles together. The Stanislavskis from Philadelphia, I'm not sure I said their name correctly
it's a
yet.
tough one.
They have won 4 national titles
Yes.
together. Emma beat Allie in the U10s when she started out, so potentially one of them will get their 5th national title. Henry Fishman, I believe, has the most in juniors for boys. I believe Henry has won 5 national championships.
Wow.
The Fridays, Cooper and Mason, just phenomenal kids here from Pittsburgh. Jill, we've got Team Canada here. We have 9 kids from Toronto.
That's
who
amazing.
not only traveled to Chicago earlier in the season after Christmas, they're down here. They do a weekend adventure here. Coach Rob Mitchell, phenomenal job. The kids played at Short Hills Club yesterday with Mike Stulak out there giving them a little warm-up.
Hall
with
of Famer Mike.
Mike, a former junior national champ and open national champ himself. And real fast, you know, Mark Powers, everybody saw him win the last couple of weekends on the main tour.
Yep.
Mark is a former junior national champ. Mike Stulak, Scott Estes Jr., Bobo Delaney, Sarah Krieger.
It's great.
There's a lot of people who just get hooked into the junior game and
Keep
you know,
going.
compete as long as they can.
Yep.
And with the APTA's effort to grow the game, with the introduction of the PTIs, now we have national championships for everybody. So no matter what your age or ability, you can compete in a national title, and it starts right here with the juniors. Every year, this is the home club, the host for this event. Tournament director Drew Broderick and the Canoebrook Country Club just do a phenomenal job of hosting this. Their staff is second to none. Everything we need all week long, we come over. Everybody's always helps out. And Jill, I believe finally,
That's okay.
our rain delay is over and action begins here. Jill, I'm going to trust your eyes to tell me who's serving.
Okay. I'm going to say it's Red Path is serving. That's going to be my...
Abernathon and Redpath to
Yes.
start serving. And Jill, we can call them by first names.
Okay.
If you have it in front of you, why not?
So Finley Redpath. Oh no, that's her partner. I'm going to go with
Finley Redpath.
Audrey
and
Abernathy's going to
Abernathy.
serve. Yep.
Here are
I think
the
their
names.
tape fell off because it's a little rainy.
Yeah.
It's okay. I
As
saw
lo-
the blue and black jacket.
So you know who's who, Jill.
Oh, they're still warming up serves. Nope, they're going to start a whole warm up. Okay.
I'm doing the scoring for the live stream, so I'm gonna listen really closely. This girl is about to coach me.
thanks to Jake, the producer. He's running the show here for My Paddle from the 2024 Junior National Championships. Jake will be in Boston next week. He'll get to take down all this equipment, load up, head north to Boston for 3 days of live streaming from the National Championships from the Country Club in Brookline, Massachusetts. It appears that everything takes longer in the rain.
Say that again.
So, Jill,
Yes.
let's go through. If they're not going to start, let's go
Okay,
through
let's
the tournament.
look at
Real
some of the
fast, Drew.
draws.
Jill,
Jill, you can call me Drew. It's okay.
Drew, drill.
Yeah, it's fine.
Jill, what do you have?
So let's see. The girls, the boys 10s, which my son, as Patty mentioned, was one of. The finals is about to be played. The girls 12s. Oh, what?
Just if Carol starts talking, you stop,
I
Jill,
will.
please. Thank you.
I'll be on bated knee waiting for that.
So anyway,
Looks like we are through to the finals in
Jill,
everything except for
can you
the
just
girls'
read the
18s.
semifinals, please, of any age group?
Sure.
Give me any age group semifinals.
Okay. Ready? No, that semifinals is already over. I said they're already.
Can you
they're
say
good.
who was in the semis so that every kid who played
Sure.
gets a chance to have their
Sure.
name on the live
Semifinals.
stream?
Ready? Semifinals. Boys 10s. We're starting with the boys 10s. Cantor Mates played Maneri Pet Sauce.
Okay.
And then Barry Mantura played Fairleigh. That was the boys 10s.
Okay, so the winner of those semis, as you go along, just tell us who won.
I'll learn. I've only know that Fairleigh lost.
Okay.
I don't know the other half. So
Okay.
the girls 12s is my next sheet that I see. Donnelly are waiting for the winner of Wolford and Patel Wallowich. And then the boys 12 semi, Curry and Keir played Lacey and Venema, and Fisher Lopez played Broderick Patel. And I know Fisher Lopez won that semi, but I don't know the other one. We've got the girls 15s right here in front of us waiting. Boys 15 semi, Cantor Pierce is going to play Davis Egan, and Connolly Najek is playing Meldikov Eureka.
Okay, let's listen to Carol, our umpire.
In the deuce court, I have Audrey Abernathy, and in the ad court, I have Finley Metcalf, correct? On my right, in the deuce court, I have Abby Arcadi.
Carol plays, our umpire plays out of Montclair Golf Club under the tutelage of Nicker Doya. He has taught Carol everything she knows. I believe we are actually starting, gang. All right, Jill, why don't you identify the server when you know it? When you know the person.
It's going to be Audrey Abernathy. I'm gonna go with.
Serve.
Yep.
2 out of 3 sets, regular scoring. Great.
Wow, right out of the
Great
blocks.
first point. Jill, on the far side, are you confident who the girls are?
Love 30.
I'm not confident, but
15-30.
the fact that they're both wearing their tennis jackets makes it even more tricky. All right, how about they got the paddles? Let's see, a blue and purple paddle. Let's see that. Let's try to figure that one out. Okay, the deuce court is Hadley returning on the far side. And Dylan is
That's
in the
Hadley
outside.
Arcadi.
Correct.
Arcady.
Arcady, yep.
Arcadi and Savarese. Arcadi and Savarese lead the first set, 1 game to love.
Jill, can you identify the server?
Testing me, Patty. Let's see, I just said.
Love 15.
That is Hadley serving. Nope. Dylan, because it's blue. Dylan.
Why don't you say their full names at any
Dylan
opportunity?
Savarese.
Just till the people
I'm
at
gonna-
home get familiar with the girls. That's all.
15 all.
So they both play with a master paddle, I see. Now, Patty, I'm going to ask you, there's a blue and a purple that they wrote. Do you see a 2 different color
I do
pattern?
not. I'm going to ask Lynn Ivan, who is my answer person. She's going to find out who is who.
Yeah. Oh, can I see? Savaresi's right there in the icon. Okay, black pants. Got her. Got her.
Okay, Lynn, we're okay. Thank you, Lynn.
30-15.
Got her. Hadley Arcady serving. Got it.
40-15.
What club do these guys play out of, Jill, real fast? Do you have the club?
They don't say the club. They
Okay,
say
no
Cold.
worries.
Oh, I bet you it's Lisa Rudloff's club. It's in Long Island.
Okay, Jill. If you know the answer to any of my questions, you can just say it. If you don't,
Shout
just
it
say
out.
you don't know, and then I'll move on and I'll ask you another question.
20-30.
Pat, do you have any tips for these kids playing in the rain?
Yeah, hit the ball in the blue.
There you go.
High percentage. The ball's sliding off the court a little bit, sliding off the paddles a little bit, but mostly it's.
Arcady and Abernathy lead the first set 2 games to love.
I can't say I saw that many points all morning that were impacted by the rain, Jill.
I agree.
Let me just get this squared away.
Can you identify our server again, Jill?
Give me 1 sec, okay? How does the salary say?
I thought she was saying something. Sorry.
Okay.
That's
Redpath
Finley
serving.
Redpath serving.
Okay, good.
Okay, I can't tell you who's returning because they're hidden. There we go. Okay.
Love 15.
So Jill, Arcady, what court is she playing for? I'm going to help you here.
She plays a deuce court. It's Hadley. Oh, that's nice, Nick.
15-all.
Finley Redpath and Hadley Arcady.
Mm-hmm.
So Hadley Arcady is a deuce court player.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
15-30.
That's tough. I'm
15-40.
telling you, it flips off their pad a little bit.
Yep, so all these teams came through round robin play. Everybody started at 9 o'clock this morning. Everybody played 8 or 9 rounds of round robin play. Different sites had different formats depending on the number of kids. Then their one-loss record during morning play determined their placement in the quarterfinals or semifinals of the draw, depending on the number of teams who participated.
30-40.
And Jill, Audrey Redpath, what side does she play? Or Finley Redpath.
It's okay. Finley plays the ad side.
Okay. So Jill, with each new server, if you could just identify the kids by position, that would be lovely.
I think I got it now.
You got it.
Game 3. I'm on it.
And our umpire is learning the kids' names as well. This is
Yep.
one of the unique challenges of junior nationals.
Yep.
The kids all arrive, and all of a sudden, boom, we got to get them organized. We got to figure out who they are. The Birchnells are helping us gather data for it. And it is challenging for the umpire. She's got a plastic bag out there.
Yep.
Arcady and Savarese up 3 games to love.
Yep, as you heard Carol Uerten, 3-love. Arcady and Savarese up first set. 2 out of 3 match.
So that's Dylan Savarese serving this game.
15 love.
Nice 2-handed backhand. Ooh, that must be the Redpath
Yeah.
2-handed backhand. Family tradition, I think.
For sure.
Father Bruce ran that great event out of Philly Cricket on the APTA Tour, and he will be hosting and directing the APTA National Championships next March.
It's exciting.
30-15.
Great rip again from that ad court.
Found that
Finley Redpath.
found that spot on your right hip.
Right, and the difference is with kids and stuff, there's a little bit more standing around, I'll call it, a little nonchalantness. You don't necessarily see all the teams where they'll move back and forth side to side of the court. Some of them you will see do it. Those will be the teams who will have more success, probably. Jill, another beautiful return of serve, I gotta say. Really impressed with the consistency and the early going.
Yes, correct.
Shout out to Ellen Birchnell, John Birchnell. They are doing a great job getting all this information for us about the kids.
Out. Advantage out. Advantage out. Yeah.
Ellen and John played forever over at Beacon Hill Club. They're forever young, but they've played forever. I like the net play here of Arcady and Savarese. They look pretty disciplined with their backhand volleys. That will make Coach Redloff proud.
Absolutely.
Showing a little I formation.
Advantage in.
I'm surprised the kids don't have hats on, Jill, with the rain.
Yeah,
I just find that baseball lid helps in the rain a little bit.
a little bit. The one side does, the other doesn't. Isn't that?
Game Savarese. Savarese and Arcady lead the first set 4-0 to love.
What do teams have to do to stop? We all know paddle's a momentum game, right? What do teams have to do to stop a momentum swing when it's not in their favor?
So bear with me, ladies.
Can you ask me that question in a second?
I have my opinions, of course.
Jill, why don't you just share your opinions?
Well, everybody says, to slow it down. So you have to recognize what's happening, what is making the
15.
games go so quickly for the other team, and do whatever you can to change it, whether that be, stay back on the serves, change up who you're hitting the ball to, where you're hitting the ball to, make a big adjustment. And then sometimes those little things can help you sway the momentum back in your own direction.
15-30.
See if they can do it here. I think the hardest part about a lot of it is recognizing what is happening in the moment. I always think that's very hard to do while you're on court in the thick of it. And that's something that usually can turn the tide for you if you do recognize it soon. Overhead off a very nice serve. Oh boy, that was a lot of water pouring down on the camera.
All right, Jill.
So I gave my opinion, Patty, about the
Jill, that was a long time ago.
momentum
I just
swing.
answered
Yeah.
12 other questions in the meantime. I don't even remember what you asked me.
I was just talking momentum swings because,
Okay.
and these girls are fighting back to try to get their first game on the board, and I think they're really trying.
So they're going to
sway the
have to hold serve.
momentum. Yeah.
And a lot of times there's a big advantage to being the return team, but on a rainy day like this, there is a big advantage to just getting your serve in the box, getting yourselves up to the net. I think that's the favored position in today. And I think Abernathy and Redpath just have to hit more balls in play to get right back in this match.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, I do like the disciplined play that we're seeing from Arcady and Savarese. And Redpath and Abernathy, I mean, they've got game here. I think they'll settle down here. It's a little nerve-wracking when you just start out. It's the first time you've ever been on the live stream. And I see another one of our HUD commanders. Chris Humphreys is here from Short Hills. He'll be coming on the air and chatting throughout the course of the afternoon.
has been a long game. I think if they pull this one out, it could be a little bit of a swing. That was a great dig in the corner. Oh, that was a good dig in the corner. All right, they got an ad in.
Dave, Abernathy.
They're on the board.
First base stand, Abernathy, right path 1, Savarese. And Arcadi, 4. And Arcadi to third. All right? Yeah. Got you.
And we got Hadley serving at 4-1 now.
So Jake, our producer, we have the one and only Chris Humphreys, currently ranked number 5 in the country, looking to improve quickly when he gets the Nationals up in Boston next week. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks so much for having me, Patty. It's good to be back at another Junior Nationals again.
Yeah, so
30-15.
this is girls 15's final, Chris.
Okay.
And Chris and Jill, I'm going to let you guys take it. I'm going to go and coordinate what's going to come up next.
30 all.
Oh,
40-30. James. Savarese and Arcadi lead the first set 5-1. Savarese to serve. Savarese. No, red pass. Red pass. That's no teacher on it.
different strategy she's trying, I guess, to, trying to help anything. It was 1-5.
Looks like they're adopting the floating eye strategy.
Floating.
I think this this tactic was first used by the legendary Juan Araya on the men's circuit, and I'm sure these girls are studying him and have employed it their own now.
What are we on this one? 15 left? 15 left?
Not sure exactly. We'll just, I think I maybe had a new ball. Not sure.
Now, Jill, have you been at Canoe all morning?
No, I started the day watching my 9-year-old at where was I? Echo Lake.
Echo Lake.
He's
Okay.
playing the 10 and unders.
Very nice.
They ended up losing in the semifinals, but it was fun. Glad he's playing. Glad he likes it.
I'm sure you guys have already talked about this today on the stream, but very, very difficult weather for an event of this magnitude. But I was over hut commanding the girls 10s and 12s at Short Hills Club, and I just had to give a shout out to all the girls that played over there this morning, because their attitude out in the court, I mean, I don't think I heard a single complaint about the rain the entire morning.
Same with the boys.
Vera and I were joking that we probably have more adults that would complain on a day like today playing than the kids do, and I was just really impressed by everyone's positive attitude on the court and just enjoying the competition, no matter what the weather was.
I agree. So that's the first set there for Arcadi and Savarese.
And I think what's going to happen, gang, in our interest of trying to put as many kids on, Lynn Ivins, can you go make sure these kids know they're moving?
Yep, looks like they're moving
Okay,
right now.
Lynn is like a magician. She is a psychic. So Chris and Jill, get ready.
We're ready. Our semis is coming on.
So we're going to
Girls
just try to
18s.
show you a set, just to give the flavor of all the different age groups and abilities and the kids just are so pumped to get a chance to be on the live stream.
Yes.
So we're really indulging them, even though we come across as sounding disorganized, but we're really not.
No, we need the names. We're gonna have the girls 18 and under semifinal streamed a little bit, and it's gonna be Nikki Grossman and Annie Irish, both out of Chatham, New Jersey, playing against Katie Choi from Demarest, New Jersey, and Sophia Lee from Tenafly, New Jersey. So
I already recognize these names from last
I
year.
do
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I think they were were they in the finals last year, Patty?
They were in the finals last year.
Both teams were in the finals,
I
correct?
believe it is a rematch. And
Wow,
Chris,
in the semis though.
isn't it amazing when you're an announcer, you just remember these random things?
I mean,
How
when
cool
I
is that?
when I saw them play, Patty, they had a game that was hard to forget, to be honest.
You'll go that side?
All right, so Jill, can you quickly go through some of the other results from on your screen that you had from before? Age
see
group
how updated
semifinals, and you know what? Lynn Eismans could show us the big boards real fast, and we can
That
just
would
do
be
a
great.
quick
That would
little
be easier.
recap here.
Yeah. I'm sure there's been updates since I've been on here.
Okay,
Let me skim.
so you know, in the girls 18s,
I have it, yeah.
Jill just covered Troy and Lee are playing against Grossman and Irish, O'Connor and Walter against the Stanislavski sisters. The Fridays are in the semifinals, and they look like they're going to play the winner of Semino and Sullivan, Park and Schuyler. Ebby and Christ, I believe, took out Fair and Irish. Lebanon Rosali took out Atwater and Reeves.
So I see the girls 12s are going to be the finals. Donnelly against Wolfrid. I guess Wolfrid beat Patel and Wallowich in the semis.
Jill, it's got to be great to have a sibling who plays paddle. You have a partner for the
sure.
national championship.
For sure. Here's a good one. The boys 12s. The semifinals was Curry and Kerr versus Lacey Venema, and Curry and Kerr won 7-5-6-4, which is very close. And the other semifinal was Fisher Lopez against Broderick Patel, and Fisher Lopez won it 2-6, 6-3, and then 10-5 in a third set super tiebreaker to get to the finals. Pretty exciting.
Alright, we're gonna go. Alright, I'm just gonna do
I'll give a score update for the girls 10s nationals as well. And the finals coming up, we will have Bibby and Singh versus Patton and Venema as well.
All right. Who did they beat in the semis, Chris?
So Bibby and Singh had a pretty routine win against Binder and Russell in the semis, and Patton and Venema played Short Hill's own Tasto and Mullins in their first ever junior nationals and won 6-3, 6-1. So setting up to be an awesome finals.
Thank you, Chris.
Alright, here, let me just do a,
So I believe, is that Mike Yahimsky out there?
ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Looks like Steve.
Oh no, it's Steve Kakam, our umpire.
They're commonly confused. Patty.
Really confused.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I don't have my proper reading glasses on today.
Oh, they're starting the match. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Point super tie break.
That looks like it is Sophia Lee to serve, I believe.
Won the toss, they've elected to receive.
Choi serving.
I think it's Katie Choi.
Excuse me.
Just because of the paddle choice. That's the only reason I went there.
Yeah, you guys can add some fun facts about the kids as we go through this set of play.
I think these two teams have played not only at last year's finals, I think they've played a lot of times in their careers, both of them. We'll see if they've learned anything over those years.
Great usage of the push overhead so far by the net team.
Ooh, they're deep.
Well, nice pickup.
Chris, I don't know about you, but the first point of the match.
Man. I feel it seems
it
like a
even
message
raining?
point. They're sending a message. We're ready to be out here all day.
Wow, what a
Yeah.
great first
15
point.
That made me want to clap. Wow.
That was great.
30 love.
Chris, do you find when you play against
Football.
opponents you've played a few
30,
times,
15.
do you feel good about knowing the history, or do you like to go out fresh against an opponent you've never played before? How do you feel about that?
You know, I think it's in a game like paddle, it doesn't take long before you feel like you get familiar with everyone's games, right? But I think there's exciting challenges to both, and I would probably imagine that your history against that specific team would determine if that's an advantage for you to play them again, or if it's a disadvantage.
Sure.
40, 30.
Slidey off the paddle,
Dave,
rain
Troy
ball.
Lee, they lead 1-0 first set.
Good first long game, though.
Yep.
Could be here a while.
Fun fact about Annie Irish here, one of her favorite hobbies is just Taylor Swift altogether, which I knew she was a great artist. I didn't know she was a hobby.
I can't say I'm in the T Swift club.
You're not a Swiftie, Jill? No?
I'm not.
Ball 15.
And I'm okay saying that on the live stream.
That's comfortable. I'd hopefully Grossman and Irish don't hear this and take it too personally.
Ball 30.
You're finding that right hip. It's a good spot.
Yep.
Ball 40.
A lot of pressure coming from
Yeah.
that drive.
Pretty impressive play. I love that. That's like the APTA Tour watching Chris Humphreys or your partner Felipe Osisconi following in the return to serve and just powering through the volley.
Speedy Felipe.
That's what they call them.
Football.
Oh,
Ball 15.
football call. All right.
It's one of the jobs of the umpire.
Yeah, it's not one you want to call, but if you're doing it, you got to say it.
Football.
Oh, that time I was watching
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Just
Yeah.
a little turn of her foot. I don't bet she
Yep.
doesn't even know she does it.
Oh, going underhand. Okay.
It's good they teach them young, though, right, Chris,
Yeah.
about the football?
Absolutely. I'm as a repeated offender. It's something that you need it to be brought to your attention before you can fix it.
Ball 40.
I know that Nikki and I'm from Chatham myself, and Annie and Nikki, I know, have played together a long time, and they both are very good athletes. Both of them. They play multiple sports. They're getting ready for lacrosse season coming up. I think a lot of these kids are all-around athletes, and they just really enjoy the game of paddle as a fun,
15-40.
certainly a competitive activity, but it really does make them very well-rounded.
All right. You can see a little positive
There you go.
energy by Grossman Irish as they get on the board in this first set.
2-1, first set.
And even though college, paddle doesn't exist, I'll tell you what, because I have a junior in high school now who's starting to look in the process, and it doesn't hurt telling the college people about paddle and saying I played junior nationals, and they say, what's that? And it's nice on the resume.
Absolutely.
Ball 15. 15 all.
Oh, great waterfall overhead there.
30-15.
I'm sensing a little shift in momentum
A little
as
bit.
Grossman Irish seem to be coming into their groove. It's always toughest to get that first game, I think. Oh, great return.
40-30.
Smart choice by Katie Choi lobbing the return. I'm really liking the positioning by Grossman Irish at the net.
Wow.
Yeah, feathered that push overhead in there.
Close for the MIG.
Yep.
Wow, good point.
Got a great point. Oh,
Just
I
high
love it.
enough.
Sophia Lee trying to climb the ladder, just comes a tad short. Wow. Big return by Katie Choi there. Just going right at the net player.
It's like Annie and Nikki are using signals too at the net. That's
When you're
Sign
playing
of a
against
team.
big returners,
Yeah.
you know, you got to come up with a plan for each point.
Advantage, Choi. Deuce.
Wow, you can just feel the weight of this game as after every deuce.
they really do stay on their backhand volleys. With my 9-year-old, you could see like there's still a little forehand sometimes. You know, you tell the teams that have come through the
Ranks
yeah.
of juniors, right?
Yep.
Advantage, Choi. No. Cut out.
So it looks like
Game,
one of
Choi
my
Lee.
old fun
Leading
partners
3
just
games to 1,
walked in.
First set.
Vera Basanova. She's going to come in and add a little of her
Football.
talk to us. Oh, it was
12-15.
I missed that game. It was 3-1. Okay. She's settling in.
Love 30.
Vera's coming on from Short Hills Club with Chris. Hi, Vera.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Jill. Very happy to be here with you guys.
15-30.
Fill me in on the match we're watching here.
Well, this is a rematch of last year's national finals in the girls 18s of Nikki Grossman and Annie Irish, who are at the baseline currently playing Katie Choi and Sophia Lee. And this is this year's semis, so we're getting a finals rematch in the semis.
Wow. Yeah, I definitely remember those names from last year.
All 4 players from the New Jersey area played each other several times along the way. Very familiar with their games. right from the beginning, you're seeing tons of just long, disciplined points by both teams. You can see Choi and Lee are doing a great job of using their push overhead and controlling the tempo at the nets. Grossman and Irish just been battling, having a little bit more success, I'd say, from the baseline than at the net so far. But we just had a super long 2-1 game. Thought Grossman and Irish might pull it out, but came up a little short in the game, and now we got to see how they bounce back after a tough game.
Yeah, Chris, it's interesting you're saying they had more success at the baseline. I think we all would agree here that that rain paddle requires a little bit more of staying at the net and trying to hold the net, and it's a little bit easier to play at the net because once the ball skids or gets to the screen, it's a very unpredictable and tough bounce. But it's nice to hear that the girls are braving the conditions and making the best of it. It's been a long day, long morning for everyone. So it's very impressive to see all the kids competing and being a great sport about it too.
Absolutely, very. Jill and I were just talking before. But attitude's been great at all the clubs, and minimal to no complaints about some really difficult weather so far as we played this morning.
Game, Choi Lee. They lead 4 games to 1.
Choi and Lee getting a little bit more aggressive with their overheads this game. Started to see them bust out the roller. I think that's a sign that they're feeling themselves a little bit as they're cruising 4-1 in this first set.
A little strategy talk. Always good.
Yep. Choi and Lee are cracking jokes in the back. And so far, I think the separator has been the return of serve by Lee and Choi at the baseline too. They're really going after their returns and not afraid to go right at the net player. So it'll be interesting to see if Grossman and Irish can come up with some different plays to kind of survive that super aggressive return.
Yeah, and that's another really hard ball to return in the rain when the drive is coming at you and you have to volley and the ball kind of hydroplanes off your paddle. Definitely a hard ball to return, so sounds like Choi and Lee are taking advantage of that.
Great long point by Grossman Irish there.
$15-30. All.
All right, we got a big game here, 30 all. Let's see if Grossman and Irish can stay in this set.
Yep, Sophia Lee with another huge return there at the net player.
And sometimes that's all it takes, making your opponent play, making them miss. As we all know, you don't really want to go for open spaces as much in paddle, especially when the conditions are tricky. Looks like Katie Choi with a similar ball right at the net player.
5 games to 1, first set.
And that does the trick. 5-1 up on serve.
15 love.
Do we have the result from last year's match? Do we know which team came out on top in last year's finals?
I do. It was Choi Lee won, and I believe it was 2 sets, but I believe it was pretty close 2 sets. But they have gotten the better of Annie and Nikki historically, and it's always just a little bit, just by a little bit.
And so far, just from the few minutes that I've been watching this match with you guys, it looks like Lee and Choi are way more aggressive at the net, taking advantage of being at the net, going after their
40-15.
overheads, and they just look like overall a more aggressive team to me from the baseline as well. So I wonder if over the course of the
40-30.
match, if that's going to be the winning strategy for them. Only time will tell.
There was a little bit of a...
Oh, a little flick probe forehand return by the one and only Annie Irish.
Football.
Oh, we've had a couple foot faults called already. And interestingly enough, instead of just taking a step back behind the line, she's gone for the underhand serve after the football calls.
I'm not familiar with that strategy. Maybe I should remember that one for next time.
You know what? When you're up 5-1, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that you've thought this through.
Fair, you're not a foot faulter.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
Interestingly enough, I don't know, it never happens. But
She
I've
has
had-
many faults, but foot faulting is not one of them, right?
Thank you, Chris. That is so nice of you to say that. All right, we got a potential break point here for Grossman Irish.
Two.
That almost a nick again. That roller's coming into play. That roller overhead.
Good move. I like that move, looking for that drive there, but
Advantage, lead.
a little tricky with the ball kind of skidding in the rain. Just missed the perfect contact point, and we have a set point here for Choi Lee.
Whoa, yeah, that's
Game
a
in
rain
first
ball
set.
if I ever saw
Choi
one.
Lee, 6-1.
All right, so Grossman Irish needs to regroup a little bit.
Yeah, Nikki, come here.
Girls.
Looks like we're gonna get another swap match. We're just trying to get on as many kids as we can on the stream today, just to try to get shown the day they've had, as far as they've gotten, just to give them a little shout out. So we'll see who's coming up next.
Done. Great job. Hey, good stuff to you. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired.
Someone say retired?
Looking good out there, Eli.
Thank you.
We're back at the APTA Junior Nationals. I think coming up might be our boys 10 and under finals. Veer, you want to thank our sponsors while we're getting them set up?
Absolutely. This event is live streamed today thanks to APTA National sponsors Volley and Fusion, the APTA membership, and our NJ Men's Platform Tennis Association, the New Jersey Women's Platform Tennis League, the New Jersey Partners League, the New Jersey Flex League, and Riley Green Mountain Platform Tennis Courts and Court Pro.
Choi Lee,
I'm Vera Basanova here along with Jill Fair and Chris Humphreys in the live stream booth. And as Jill mentioned, we're going to be bringing you guys a boys 10 final.
Okay. Coming up, I think we're going to have Colson Mates and Drew Cantor playing against Jack Mantura and John Barry. Let's see. Looks like they're coming out. One of the halves are coming out now.
Fun fact about all these boys is they seem like they're all very diverse kids, as they all four of them play different instruments as well as different sports with very busy after-school programs. Looks like. Got to give a shout out to my boy Drew Cater, whose other favorite hobby besides playing paddle is skiing in the wintertime.
Well, it's not snowboarding, so.
You know, he could have just shortened it. It could be skiing can mean snowboarding sometimes. It's it's like saying, "Hey guys," when there's a couple girls in the room. It's very very comparable.
And we got sailing for Jack Mantura. That's pretty cool.
Colson Mates just said all sports.
Yeah,
my kind of kid.
Yeah, he's good at all of them. That's awesome.
That's great. I wonder who that is. Is that he said? So Drew Cantor said his favorite paddle player is Ethan Cantor. You think that's his dad or his brother?
Yeah,
yes,
I wonder if it's
curious.
his
I want to
sibling or
know.
dad. And we got, looks like John Barry's favorite player is Johan. No surprise there. Jack Mantora as well.
It looks like Drew Cantor's favorite paddle player is his brother Ethan.
Oh yeah, nice investigating.
Thank you.
We kind of looked through the whole document.
Attention to detail,
yeah,
ladies. Come on.
We really figured it out. There we go.
And you gotta love John Barry's favorite paddle player is Johan.
Both of them.
Oh, both.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah, they're big Johan fans.
I will be interested to see if they employ some of the same tactics and strategies.
I'm expecting rollers, FYMs. I'm expecting underhand serves. Well, we'll see what happens.
Try to see if we can figure out who is who for you.
All right, so Cantor and Mates will receive.
All right, so it looks like Cantor and Mates are receiving, so we'll be able to see the team that serves. Looks like a little warm-up underway, perhaps.
Yep, just banging the ball around a little bit, getting their feel.
Looks like we got a lefty on a further deuce court.
These balls are actually not wet like the ones before.
Yeah, I've been keeping them dry for you.
We're not playing on a skiing court.
Some good banter going on in this warm-up. Looking like tension is loose.
That would be amazing if the rain stopped for these boys. It doesn't look like the court is as wet. Maybe those Canoe Brook heaters are pumping.
Those heaters are strong, man. Big membership at this club, so you got to keep the people happy even when it's raining. Jill, was there any play happening at Morris County this morning?
There was. I wasn't there. Lori Hissey manned my hut. She did, I'm sure, a phenomenal job there. I think there was boys 15 and unders there today. That was a big group. I think that was our biggest group. I want to say there was 4 clubs of 15 and under boys. So I will say 26 teams, 24 teams. There's
Wow,
a lot of 15
that is
and
impressive.
unders.
Very impressive.
Good for the future.
Yeah, this is the future of the sport right here. And we get to see some of these amazing matches with you guys today.
Yep, and just walking into the hut saying hi is the one and only Friday boys coming back to defend another 18 and under national championships.
So I did get to watch a little of my 9-year-old play this morning at Echo Lake in the 10 and under final. 10 and under round robin. He lost in the semifinal to Jack and and John, who are now not pictured under the screen, now at the closest to us on the screen. As I did get to watch those two play, and they play very well. You can tell they've been playing paddle for a while, especially Jack. You'll see when they play. They know what they're doing out there, just being 10 years old, 11 years old, whatever they are. They're good at paddle already.
And we can, I think we can introduce each, can identify all the players on the court now. It looks like serving on the far side of the court in the light blue shirt and red hat is Jack Mantora, with his partner in the all black and white hat, John Barry. Going against in the green jacket, we have Drew Cantor, and his partner with the green sweatpants is Colson Mates.
Good work, Chris.
Thank you.
We might see some different strategies in the 10 and unders. Sometimes they serve and stay back because they try to do different things.
And I don't know if it stopped raining earlier, but it looks like the rain has definitely come back. It's been a relentless day with the weather.
Hey, Vera and Chris, it's Patty. I'm taking Jill's place for 1 second just to share a quick story about Jack Mentor. He's here in the 10 and unders. He never saw paddle before. He went to the Witch tournament up in Greenwich 2 years ago, won a raffle, won a paddle, one of Juana Raya's School U paddles.
Wow.
Juana Raya associated with the Sports House.
Yes.
Up in Connecticut. So anyway, this young guy won a paddle, has been hooked on paddle ever since. His dad just shared that story. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
That is super cool, Patty. Thanks so much for bringing that to our, and all the listeners and all the streamers today to their attention.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Junior Nationals. This is a boys 10 and under final round match. Introducing the players. To my right, the team of Barry and to my right, the team of Cantor and Mates. And to my left, the team of Barry and Mantora. Cantor and Mates won the spin and they will receive.
There we go. Looks like we got Mike Yahimski calling the lines and calling the score for this 10 and under match. Another legend in the game as well.
Yeah, these boys don't know how lucky they are. Mike is a legendary umpire.
Definitely a legendary umpire, but I would watch those feet right from the beginning, because Mike is not afraid to let you know if that foot crosses the line, as we already saw a couple foot faults called in the last match.
We're starting up.
And I'm liking the strategy from
already a new strategy.
Yes, from Mantor and Barry with the quick. Was that a return and blitz there? Oh, great get. Oh, just missed it. But Mantor putting that Skull U paddle to work right off the bat.
15-30.
Making sure he didn't
touched it.
Oh, he did.
He must have.
Oh, yep.
And interesting is Mantor is serving, and they're going with the two-back strategy on the deuce side, but one up, one back on the ad.
So these kids all played one another. They had 10 and under boys teams at Echo Lake, and they did a round robin. They played 9 matches of 7-game total. No ad scoring. These boys are going to sleep well tonight.
And they look fresh out there to me still, Jill.
Yeah, they look like it's
I wouldn't be
their
able to
first
walk after 9 matches.
Hey, when you're 10 years old, Chris.
Man,
Got
the
energy for
the
days.
recovery is just incredible.
Hamburger, pizza, you're ready to go.
Yeah, maybe.
Couple fries.
That's right. We had the girls 10 and 12s over at Short Hills this morning, and the girls were replenishing their fuel with cookies and hot cocoa all morning long.
You don't do that? That's not your regimen?
Maybe that's why we haven't won as many matches this
Stop
year as
it.
last year. Who knows? Willing to try anything at this point, Jill.
All right, we're seeing Cantor mates staying back. Interesting strategy. Both teams have now implemented that strategy a few times.
Yep.
I wonder if perhaps they don't feel safe running really fast up to the net and they're missing those drives and they just find it easier to start the point on the baseline since the court is a little wet from all the rain.
You know, I remember I wasn't lucky enough to play paddle at this age, but I do remember playing countless tennis matches at the age of at 10 years old, and just how difficult it was to come to the net with with the size and just trying to learn and having the strength to hold onto that paddle and keep it strong when you're hitting a volley. And I would imagine that these boys, ground strokes look so comfortable that they're all just comfortable ripping forehands and giving the net team a chance to make a mistake up there.
Yeah, for sure. And for me personally, I feel like growing up, you definitely play a lot of singles if you're a tennis player, but doubles kind of comes in secondary. And the fact that these young boys are learning how to play doubles format on a small court, their reaction time is getting so much better right off the bat. This will help them in all their racket sports careers as they keep growing up and learning different sports.
For sure. I mean, I get that a lot. They say, do you think it'll mess up their tennis? A lot of the kids play tennis too. And I said, absolutely not. It's going to enhance it.
And folks, we are super excited to announce that we have a guest commentator coming into the booth, the one and only Russell Ben-Kaim coming in from Mountain Ridge to give us his analysis on the 10 and under national finals.
Cantor makes, they lead the first set 3 games to love.
All right. Looks like a 3-0 lead for Cantor and Mates.
I think it's Mates, but I love the spin. I love the spin on the last name. I love it. As we welcome Russell to the booth, yes, it's a 3-0 lead right off the bat. Cantor and Mates have been kind of imposing their game on the opponents so far, but yeah, both teams have played a lot of matches up to this point today, so I'm sure Barry and Montour are going to try and exhaust every trick on their book before the set is over.
Little 2 back from the serve. I like this little strategy.
We're saying a lot of these kids just swing at these returns of serve, and they're smart enough to stay back for one and then come forward.
Ooh, great forehand there. Now, what do you think the percentage of tennis to paddle that these kids are playing right now?
I would think most of the players we're seeing today, including this match, I would guess started out with tennis and then they went to paddle. But this is my second match since I got here to commentate, and in both of those matches, even though they were different age categories and one was girls' match, this is a boys' match, it seems like the more aggressive teams are able to win a few more games and come out with a bigger lead. So I would say that tennis advantage of being able to hit fast drives, move fast, hit big overheads right now is playing to everyone's advantage, especially in this weather. It's not as easy to move and get the ball back. So if you can play quick, aggressive points, looks like that's the winning strategy at the moment.
Ooh, almost at the neck cord there.
Unlucky, yeah. I love the snapback. That's a strong
He's
hat
rocking
game
that.
there.
I might need to get one of those.
Yeah, there's a few things we all can learn from these kids today.
They're bringing out new styles every year.
All right, so 30-all, big game. Barry and Mentora are desperate to get on board. They're playing well, just coming up a little short so far.
40-30.
Got a game point here.
Yep, let's see if they can convert that.
Oh,
Ooh, a little miscommunication there.
that happens when they're young. They're not sure which ball is theirs, where they should shift. You know, it just comes with time.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the two-back formation. I mean, I think some of our league ladies still haven't mastered the two-back formation, and they might get a little confused when they do it, but the boys are rocking it.
Well, great return there. Back to deuce.
It's a long game. Could be a momentum swinger.
Advantage
All right, another
Barry
game
Mentora.
point for Barry Mentora. Can they get on the board here? Ooh.
It's interesting. We've seen that shot be successful, and Jill and I were watching the girls, I believe, 18 and under semis just before this match, and that same shot was proven to be successful as well. A big drive right at the net player. I think some of it probably has to do with the rain, a little element of surprise.
Team and Cantor mates, they lead the first set 5-0.
All right, that was the closest one so far. So I like that Barry and Mentora are staying as close as possible to their opponents, playing long points and tight games. But so far, it's Cantor and Mates show.
Now, what's the format here? 2 out of 3 sets?
Yep.
Third set, full set, or a 10-point tiebreak?
I think it's a full 2 out of 3 sets at this point. Regular scoring. They did no ad early. Actually, there's a lot of formats, a lot of different age groups had a lot of different formats. But at this point, finals of the Nationals, they're letting them play it out.
Yeah, as much as I love no ad scoring, and I think, Russell, where did they just implement it? Philly?
Philly, we had no
Philly
ad
cricket,
scoring
there
there,
was
yep.
no ad scoring, exactly. And some of the guys that I spoke to said they really loved it. I personally feel like it's really tricky when it gets to semis and finals to rely on that 1 point at deuce. So I love that they're letting the kids play it out.
Cantor mates lead the first set 5
on the board here.
All
It's a
right.
Big
There
game
we
going
go.
into a second set. Even if they lose the set, get a little momentum.
A lot of transition in that point, and we're at 5-1 in the first set here.
They're on the board.
Ooh, aggressive poach there. I like it though.
And this is a tricky play when you're returning the serve and you see both servers staying back. You have to be a little bit more careful with your return. Maybe slow down the pace a little bit.
Well, that's a great overhead right there.
30-all.
30-all back into this game.
Yeah, if I were Barry Mentora right now, I would be finding my way to the net during the point. Even if I'm starting to stay back at first, take that ball, come up to the net, see if I can find that aggressive overhead. But first they have to get into the point. The first 3 shots are still the most crucial. And Cantor and Mates are doing a great job of starting out the point aggressively.
All right, back to deuce.
Deuce.
I love that pace there. They're at the net. Awesome. Let's see if they can look for that lob.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a great spot
Great
drive.
Advantage Cantor mates.
Hey, Greg, can I have my glasses?
All right, set point here for Cantor and Mates. Oh, great overhead there.
And this is another big, long game.
I didn't see you hit the net.
Barry Montour serving, trying to stay in the game. Last time they came up just a little short. Let's see if they can sneak this one in and keep going in this first set.
Advantage, Cantor mate.
Set point. Oh, that's too bad.
Game, Cantor mates. They win the first set 16-1.
All right, first set, Cantor mates. Barry Montour, a little momentum towards the end of the first set. See if they
Yeah, we're
can
gonna switch courts.
carry that over into the second set.
I think they want to share the well from the live.
So
So you guys have your
I'm back. This is Patty. I'm giving Jill a breather for 5 minutes because, you know, she's been doing a lot of talking. And at the Junior Nationals, we keep switching things around, and we're going to do it once again so that we can get the first set of boys 12 and under action. Russell Bankheim and Vera Basanova calling the action along with Jill here. The older age groups will come on air a little bit later this afternoon. Stanislavski, how do you say their name? Who knows how to say their name?
I would love to see it in front of me to be able to say it.
They are looking for national title number 5 together, and
Wow.
the Friday brothers, Cooper and Mason, are looking for national title number
Okay,
5
I'm
together.
going to take a stab. Emma and Ali Stanislavsik.
You said that's perfect.
We're going to go with that.
We're going to go
I
with
think that was perfect pronunciation. I'm sure they'll be proud of that when they watch it back.
Okay, so Jill, I think you're going to get boys 12s. And kudos to Lauren Mallon, doing a great job. Lauren works over at Beacon Hill. Okay, we're going to be right back after this message.
Done. Great job. Hey, good stuff to you. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired.
Someone say retired?
Looking good out there, Eli.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2024 APTA Junior Nationals from the host club, Canoe Country Club in Summit, New Jersey. This event is live streamed today thanks to APTA national sponsors, Volley and Fusion, the APTA membership, and the New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis Association, the New Jersey Women's Platform Tennis League, the New Jersey Partners League, the New Jersey Flex League, and Riley Green Mountain Platform Tennis Courts and Court Pro. I'm Vera Basanova along with Chris Humphreys and Jill Fair, and we are bringing you guys, I believe, a boys under 12 final.
That's correct.
And obviously cannot forget about Master Athletics, as we're all actually Master sponsored players and coaches here. Looks like we have Brandon Kerr and Maxwell
Curry.
playing against Anthony Lopez and Lucian Fisher. So Lopez, Fisher against Curry.
And also a special thanks to our one and only Mike Yahimski as umpire. Mike Yahimski, Carol Uriton, Steve Kakam, and Mike Stulak for umpiring all day today in this tough weather conditions.
Absolutely. A little bit subpar weather conditions out there, but the kids are being great. There's been no complaints almost this morning at Short Hills Club, where we had the girls 10 and 12 and under draws played out this morning, and kids are just happy to be out there and hopefully healthy with no injuries and having fun. Waving to one of the players currently that I was watching
in
this
the
morning.
girls' 10s finals this morning.
I believe that's
The one and only,
team of Bibi
Singh.
Yeah, Bibi Singh, exactly.
Yeah. You should see MJ on the tennis court. She's no joke. Bibi.
I can tell.
You know, with a last name like that, I expect
Lefty.
nothing less.
Lefty. She hits the ball. This might have been her inaugural paddle tournament, I bet.
Shout out, besides Master Athletics, this event would not be possible without the generosity of the New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis Association, New Jersey Women's Platform Tennis League, the New Jersey Flex League, the New Jersey Partners League, Riley Green Mountain Platform Tennis Sports, and Court Pro.
Also, we know how much volunteer work it goes into putting tournaments like this together. So I want to give a big shout out to all of our Hut commanders and pros who have helped out today. Tomas Christian, Drew Broderick, Lori Hissey, Cher Akramov, Lynn and Paul Ivans, Mike Gillespie, Dave Broderick, Will Everett, Rick Solomon, Pablo Blasco, Steve Kakam, Jeremiah DeJose, and Vera Besanova.
Thank you, Chris. You helped out a little bit as well. We appreciate it.
Keyword little bit.
Yeah. All right, let's look through some fun facts about the upcoming players. Do we see anything that kind of maybe stands out? Looks like Lucian Fisher likes to play video games. Maybe you guys can chat about that after the match and see if
I think that
we can have a mutual
Lucian's
favorite.
probably already chatting with Maxwell as they're getting ready to go.
There we go.
Maybe they're comparing and
Look,
contrasting their
Brandon
favorite
Kerr
games.
as well.
Oh, we got some gamers on the court.
And it looks like Anthony Lopez is the only one with a different hobby. It looks like he likes surfing when he's not playing paddle.
Right on, dude.
These are some hip kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
These kids are making me feel bad about how I spend my free time, honestly.
Absolutely. Anthony
amazing.
Lopez's favorite paddle player is Uncle Connor. Want to hear more about him when I get the chance.
And it looks like Lucian Fisher, his favorite player is his dad, Marcus.
Awesome.
Love it. And both Brandon Kerr and Maxwell Curry skipped their favorite player. Perhaps
probably
because,
themselves.
Yeah, they just didn't want to, look too cocky and put themselves in that column.
So it looks like, I don't know if you identified either
Go for it.
the blue jacket at the net as we see on the left in the deuce court is Anthony Lopez, and in the gray top is Lucian Fisher. And when we get a shot of the other side, I'll tell you that at the back court now, in the left as we see in the deuce court, with the oh boy, they said Willamette hat. It's going to be tough. Blue. Let's say blue hat. Trying to read. It's going to be. Kerr looks like he's in the blue baseball hat in the ad side, at the right side as we look at it, and Maxwell Curry is in the deuce side with the gray sweatshirt, lighter gray sweatshirt.
Hand in the pocket as he's warming up.
AKA
very casual. Yep.
One of your members, I believe, Chris and Vera.
Yes.
Who does that on your team, the ladies' team?
Oh yeah, the one and only
I
Carrie
won't say
Delmonico. I will say it. If I can play like that one day and have my hand in the pocket and have my hair down, I would feel like I'm on top of the world.
I think it starts by rocking a designer jacket too while you're playing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get there, but.
Is that Steve Kakam umpiring again, Chris? Is that who that is?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Round 2 for
3
Steve.
foot faults called already by Steve. You think we're going to see any more?
I hope not. I hope
not
these
too,
kids
yeah.
kids are learning as they go. And honestly, I think they don't realize they're doing it. I don't think they're doing it to
Jill,
cheat.
You gotta
They just gotta
wonder.
learn.
You gotta wonder if you know, I feel like the pressure of being on Football Friday as an adult is something that
It's real.
weighs in heavily.
It's real. The pressure
You know,
is real.
and these kids haven't, you know, they don't deal with that pressure yet, and maybe they need to.
Yeah, we should have had Ara
Katarjian.
here, absolutely,
Yeah, here.
recording and making sure the kids remember that they have foot faulted during nationals.
The umpires are great. They let the kids know all the rules. They let them know about those things like foot faults and the score, and that they won't be calling the lines, that the kids are responsible for calling the lines on their own. They are purely there for an overrule if asked, and if it's clear, they will make that overrule, but if not, they're going to let the kids just play. And that's big.
Yeah, give yourself a little extra. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the 2024 APTA Junior Nationals. This boys 12 and under final match will be a best 2 out of 3 tie-break sets. If the players split sets, they will play a 10-point super tie-break in lieu of a third set. To the left of the chair, playing in the deuce court is Maxwell Dury from Wilmette, Illinois. Playing in the at court, his partner Brandon Kerr, also from Wilmette, Illinois. To the right of the chair, playing in the deuce court, Anthony Lopez from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. And in the at court, his partner Lucian Fisher from Westchester, PA. Fisher and Lopez won the toss. They've elected to receive. Players ready? Play.
And is it safe to say that the team of Fisher and Lopez is probably under the tutelage of the legendary Laura Hissey?
I would say that's a fair guess.
Low 15.
I think we had some girls teams. Actually, I might be incorrect, but I believe the team that will be playing in the 10 and under finals, that's versing Bibi
And
Singh, is a
Well,
team
30.
from Pennsylvania, from the same
Is
club.
that Radley Run? Is that club?
I think so,
feel like
yes,
that's
Radley
the
Run,
club.
exactly.
Nice.
Nice representation of their players at nationals, and I love the fact that we get the kids from all over. I mean, we have a team here from Illinois. Earlier today at Short Hills, we saw some players from Chicago, even some players from Toronto, Canada.
Yep.
So that's amazing that these kids
Patty
get to
said
travel.
9 of them. I think 9 of them came from Canada.
That is super cool.
So fun.
Game, Fisher Lopez, they lead 1 game to love.
Fisher Lopez
First set.
coming out with some big aggressive returns to start the first game.
Electing to receive was a smart choice.
Absolutely. Letting their strengths show off right from the beginning.
Low 15. Low 30.
It's a little nerve-wracking always, you know. You got an umpire. I bet you these kids don't, and they're certainly not used to that. You know, there's a lot of hype around here. There's streaming, there's videos, there's
40.
parents, there's kids. It's a little nerve-wracking. They need to kind of get their feet under them a little bit.
Now walking back, hoping for not the four-peat. There we go.
There
We're in
we
play,
go.
baby. Up.
What a blitz.
Smart.
Game,
What
Curry
a
Kerr.
blitz.
Games are
All right,
1
2 quick
all,
games.
first set.
Two
Yeah.
quick games to the returning
Brandon
side.
Kerr with the big return and blitz to even the score at 1-1 in the first set. Looks like we have Curry to serve.
Yeah, so these kids, you know, people ask the age groups, and sometimes it depends on their birthday, how old they are. We see that a couple of these kids are 12, and one is 13, and it's just where their birthday falls in the year. So, for example, I think the cutoff is, you know, say October, and if your birthday's in December, you still make it. So these kids could be, even though they're 13, they could be in the 12 and unders. Even if they're 11, they could play the 10s. Sometimes they say it's a good or bad birthday in this game.
I've always had the bad birthday. Jill, you're also
I'm a
December,
Sag,
so
that's right.
do we both have bad birthdays?
No, December in this game for paddle is a good birthday.
Interesting.
Yes.
I grew up completely different. The tennis
40,
categories
15.
were 12, 14, 16, 18, and each calendar year was when it started. So January was good, closer to the end of the year was bad.
This is not the calendar year. So, for example,
That's smart.
when you age 30 years and become 40, you can play in the 40s in the year of the Nationals. So, for example, the Nationals is in March. You're still 39. You can play in the 40s, if, 45, that kind of thing. So,
I think that's where I'm going to shine.
stop it.
The 40s. I'm building my game up right now.
You got 30 years to go, I
There-
said. You've got a while.
A few less than 30, but thank you, Jill. You're very kind. Looks like the boys are battling in this game. Deuce. Yeah. Once again, we're seeing a two-stay back strategy here.
Oh, we lost the ball to the
Launch
parking
the ball.
lot there. Little fallen soldier action. And Lopez has been crushing his forehand return, so you saw Curry and Kurt electing to stay back on his return. All right, here we go. Two back again as Lopez returns. Oh,
Advantage Fisher.
Good first volley there.
Good luck.
tough lob.
Fisher
Yeah.
Lopez, they lead 2-1, first set.
And so far, 3 games, 3 breaks to serve to start the match. You can tell that it looks like both teams probably more comfortable returning serve than serving themselves.
I know what that's like.
I think we've all been there. I second that, Jill.
I went to the underhand. That was smart.
Yeah, I like that
That was
adjustment.
smart.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a little hard looking up with the rain when you see the ball coming and just tossing the ball and getting your measurement on timing when to hit it might be a little tough. So I love that adjustment too of keeping that toss nice and low. Another great lob here.
15-30.
Yeah, if these boys can manage to get the ball into the screen on the overhead, it's really hard to get the ball off the screen in range. So the team that's going to be able to be more aggressive on their overheads definitely has an advantage.
Oh, good get.
Great get.
Oh,
Slasher. Nice
yeah,
shot.
Lopez putting the sizzle on that last overhead.
Now, Lopez is a heavy hitter
All right,
so
we
far,
got
for
our-
sure.
Our first game point on the serve by Lopez and Fisher.
There we go.
Okay, and they held.
They lead 3-1, first set.
Kerr to serve. Yeah, let's see a replay of that overhead there. That was an awesome slash overhead. You can see that ball just skidding right off the court.
Nice transition with a good lob here.
Looks like the rain has really
Yeah.
come back and it's getting heavy again.
Ugh.
You hate to see it for these kids on their big day, but they have been absolute champs and
For sure.
and such good spirits all day long.
15 off.
They're going to remember this day. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one way or
That's
another.
correct.
I was just talking to Drew Broderick during the last commercial break, and he pointed to my attention that the last 3 national events that have been held in New Jersey at Canoe Brook have all been in the rain. The 2021 national championships rained the entire time. Last year's mixed national championships rained the entire time, and this year's junior nationals.
Well,
as he's lamenting about the luck that he's had with some of his national tournaments.
Well, isn't the saying that things come in threes?
Yeah.
So that's got to be it.
It must.
This is
Hopefully,
it.
it's over.
It's
This is
over
it.
with this one.
This is it.
All right, big point, and it looks like Curry and Kerr are going to kind of
Little pep talk.
talk strategy to make sure they can get back into deuce in this game. Let's see if it works.
Great first volley.
Yeah, way to get that tough drive there.
Oh, Lopez coming in.
He's crushing
with
that forehand.
the bomb.
I think I just found my mixed nationals partner.
Yes.
Gonna ask if Lopez is
Wonder if
free later in the
Lopez
spring.
Wonder if Lopez learned that big forehand return from his uncle Connor.
He really might have.
I like that he likes surfing.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure where he's surfing. Kenneth Square, Pennsylvania. He must go somewhere.
Definitely heading down to the Jersey Shore in the summertime.
All right, Kerr really need this game to stay in the set.
Oh, he got it.
Great hustle there.
Steve Picon with some nimble footwork to get out of the way of that ball there. Oh, big time blitz there.
Yeah,
by
great
Brandon
time.
Kerr. He has been pretty aggressive from the baseline so far. Interestingly enough, Maxwell Curry, the only one of these four players that is not listed as a tennis player in his background, just a pure paddle player.
It looks like he plays soccer. Great footwork. But yes, we haven't seen so many drives from him, and I wonder if that's due to the fact that perhaps he learned paddle first before tennis. But I wonder if his partner can make up for it with his big forehand in the middle.
All right, great lob there by Kerr again. All right, can they hold the net? You know, this team of Lopez and Fisher, they have so much firepower at the baseline. Making it real tough for Curry and Kerr to find a safe spot when they're getting to the net of where to put these overheads.
It's like a little bit of a skid ball now. The court looks pretty wet. Tough.
Yeah, I can see Maxwell Curry being really good and getting every ball back. His great footwork. Unfortunately, the rain is not to his advantage now.
Great play by Brandon Kerr again. He's going to need to keep stepping up and ripping that forehand from the middle. That was a better lob there by
it was
by Curry.
All right, they got the point they wanted. If they can get one more, that would be huge. Let's see if they can do it.
That was a great serve.
Great
That was,
pace
yeah.
as well.
Looks like Fisher is able to move that serve just wide enough to stay out of the Kerr forehand.
Another great lob to start the point, and I love that that was a down-the-line lob as well. Brandon Kerr got a little caught there in the middle of the court, but that was a good setup by his partner to start his offense there. Great lob to cause transition here.
Fisher Lopez.
All right. Another tight game that Fisher and Lopez were able to squeak out. You know, they're up 5-1 in the set, but it feels a lot tighter than that as we're watching these games play out.
Yeah, the points are long. The score is close in every single game. Fisher and Lopez just have been able to win those key points a little bit more than their opponents, and sometimes that's the whole difference. Amazing lob.
Great lob by Lucy and Fisher there.
You guys hold up a second. Hey, what was down? I didn't see that. Thank you. 30?
Cannon.
I mean,
Yeah.
that
Cannon.
is.
I'm thankful to be up in the booth right now as I watch, as I'm watching Anthony Lopez unload on that forehand. I don't want any piece of that. All right, game and first set to Fisher Lopez.
Fisher Lopez, 6 games to 1. Left forward.
All right, and looks like we're staying on with keeping this match going on our live stream court here.
It'll be interesting to see if Curry and Kerr are able to find a solution for all the firepower that Lopez and Fisher are giving to him right now.
Chris, what would you be trying to do with your partner to counteract that firepower on the baseline from Fisher and Lopez if you were Brandon Kerr and Maxwell Curry?
It's a good question, Vera. You know, I think as much firepower as they have at the baseline, I think, you know, when they get their chances against the net, they just need to be more aggressive with their overheads, you know, and really look to put a little bit more pace on them, because when they're hitting those push overheads, even on the deep ones, you know, Fisher and Lopez are just absolutely unloading on the ball. So I think they got to be a little bit more aggressive when they're at the net with their overheads, and at the baseline they're going to have to really try and get those lobs a little deeper and get these guys hitting a few more overheads from outside the service box, because right now it looks like they're hanging on the net pretty closely.
There's a huge drive there by Maxwell Curry.
And I'm loving every time that Curry's going after his forehand. I think that's been the difference maker for Curry and Kerr so far. So, you know, he's going to have to keep being aggressive, keep ripping it.
And it looks like we're going to be getting a new match now.
Yeah, I think coming up next, guys, is the girls 12 and under finals.
Ooh, I love that. These are the teams that we were watching a little bit this morning at our club.
Yes, it's going to be Arden.
And I believe 2 sibling duos,
yes,
right?
Arden, yes, exactly. Arden and Eloise Donnelly against Harper and Quinn Wolford. That's going to be coming on. They're coming on right now. Look at that.
I believe both sister duos are twins. I got a chance to talk to the parents a little bit earlier as everyone was watching the matches this morning, but both teams played a lot of matches already. A lot of paddle. They're warmed up, ready to go.
Looks like the Wolford sisters are from Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Interesting.
Neither having a favorite paddle player. Maybe they're new to paddle and haven't met all of the beautiful people like you guys yet.
And I love that Eloise and Arden Donnelly listed their mom as their favorite player, who I believe plays on the same team. Actually, yes, she plays on the same team with Hallie and Chelsea. I'm trying to Bodman,
Yes.
middle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she plays in Chicago with, and I think they are in the first series of their division. She was telling me a little bit earlier about it today. She's played mini paddle tournaments. She's yet to come to the Short Hills Invitational, so I was trying to convince her that that's a great tournament to play.
For sure.
And hopefully she can visit us in New Jersey again as well. The girls are ready to go. Let's see if we can identify everyone. Bright blue jacket on the further side on deuce side court, Arden Donnelly. And then pink jacket on the ad side, Eloise Donnelly. And then closer to us with a gray or what looks like a white jacket is Quinn Wolford. And black jacket, we got Harper Wolford. Yeah, the girls played a lot this morning. They had 10 rounds, 10 matches in the round robin. And then it was followed up by a 2 out of 3 set semifinal. The Donnelly sisters moved straight into the final after the round robin. So hopefully they had a chance to rest up a little bit, get some food, get ready for the big match, the big final.
Looks like the Wolford sisters are have very artistic hobbies. As Harper listed her favorite hobby is crocheting, and Quinn listed her favorite hobby is drawing.
I love that. It's something they don't have in common with you, Chris.
That's absolutely true. Art was definitely my least favorite subject in school, and my most difficult as well.
And it looks like our umpire for the match is Carol
Ewerton.
Ewerton. That's an interesting pronunciation. I like that. Still learning some American pronunciations and words.
Great job, Vera.
It's been 10 years in this country, and I'm still learning.
Not enough.
Hey, Chris, if we tried to speak Russian, we would sound pretty bad. I give them credit.
Vera has tried to help me with the proper pronunciation of her name, which is still a work in progress. All
right, let's hear it. Let's
if
hear
I
it.
remember
Let's
correctly.
I honestly feel bad every time people ask me this question, because when I live in this country and I try to adjust my name, and I speak English as much as possible. So when someone asks me my name, I'm never going to go into like the Russian pronunciation. I just say Vera Bessonova, or however it rolls off my tongue. But really, it's Vera Bessonova. That is the Russian way. I don't expect anyone to do that, though. Although, much more interesting than my name pronunciation is a guest appearance in the booth, but he quickly ran away as we started announcing him, and I'm still going to say his name on the live stream. The one and only Will Everett from Short Hills Club. I believe he's been helping at Canoe Brook so far the whole day here.
He's been assisting Patty Hogan and Drew Broderick and the whole Junior Nationals crew as we get these matches going and help the kids kind of figure out which court they're going on. There's a lot of moving parts at Canoe Brook, as we're switching the matchups out after every set, and I heard he's done a phenomenal job so far with that.
I'm sure he has. Will is loved by many Short Hills members, and he also has a lovely British accent. I would love to get him in the booth. I'm sure a lot of people would love to listen to what he has to say, but for now he's being a little shy. We'll try to get him back.
And we got another Short Hills member chiming in, letting us know he is watching from the live stream right now, the one and only Mimo Alvarez, who is out supporting the girls' 10s and 12s matches all morning at Short Hills Club, as he's fired up to watch this girls' 12s Nationals finals.
Yeah, and I want to give a quick shout out to the team from our club, Charlotte Mullins and Stella DeTosto. It's the first time they played, I believe, any kind of paddle tournament, and right away it was Nationals, and they were able to get all the way up to the semifinal of 10 and under paddle tournament today. They lost in the semis to a really good team, but I think just the fact that they were able to get to that round is huge, and yeah, it was awesome to watch them compete and try their best this morning.
Think they'll do it again, Vera? You think they'll play again?
Absolutely. I don't even think the rain scared them off. I mean, the parents were more concerned about the weather, especially the moms. The kids were loving it. I mean, they just wanted to get back out there. The moms were a little nervous, but we got through it.
I think if today was an adult tournament, we would have heard a lot more complaining about the rain.
You think? Maybe.
Nah.
All right, so as the girls are warming up, we're taking a look at some more of their fun facts about themselves. Both Wolford sisters also play soccer, which I find to be a great sport for kids. I mean, every person I've ever coached that's played soccer, whether it's a kid or an adult, has an incredible footwork. So I wonder if that's going to be the strength for that team, them being quick and relentless to get to every ball. And fun fact about Arden Donnelly, she plays lacrosse, volleyball, and basketball as well. Looks like her sister plays tennis, and that's kind of more of a common one for the paddle players, but the other three are pretty cool, and that's kind of my favorite thing about American culture of growing up, playing different sports, playing on different high school teams. That's so cool. Back home, you just kind of choose one sport and you go for it, but it's so awesome that these girls get to play all the different sports and then play college sports or club sports and kind of keep going with it through life. And hopefully paddle will be one of them for them for a long time.
Yeah, paddle's one of those interesting sports, especially for the tennis-playing kids, because when they're tennis-playing kids, as you said, they play mostly singles, and then they get to come and play paddle, and it's always with a person. It's always with another partner, and it really is kind of a team sport as well. Because a lot of tennis players, it's a lonely sport a lot of the time playing tennis, and paddle is really neat because, you got someone to rely on, someone to help you. It's really great for the kids to have that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's awesome for the kids to learn team sports.
You're not both serving at this end, and they're not both serving at that end. So you want
One of my favorite hobbies that I've seen so far by Arden Donnelly and Eloise Donnelly is they love playing friends and family paddle in their free time. And how can you argue with that one?
The fact that they can still get out on the court with each other after all those family outings tells me that they figured out a very healthy dynamic on how to do that. Sometimes playing with the closest people can be a little tricky because you all want to win, but it looks like they're still enjoying each other's company and obviously love playing by each other's side. And I believe we're just finishing up with some last serves here.
Both sisters taking their time with a nice thorough warm-up before we get going in this girls 12 finals today.
We all know that feeling. I guess even if you're 12 and under, of starting and stopping, you got to get the blood flow moving, you got to get the muscles working.
That's right, there's no first ball in today. They got to be ready for the first point.
Is it me, or has this warm-up been a little longer than others?
I don't want to speak illy of some people I've seen warm up for some ladies matches, but it looks like that a little bit. I had a member guest the other night, and we had a full 32 ladies with 4 courts, and in my intro I said, hey ladies, I know we all love to warm up, but once you warm up once, that's it. Gotta spin and go. So I get it. You can kind of get lulled into the warm-up, You're practicing your shots. You're kind of not thinking about the time, but I think we're going to pick it up right now.
Okay, ladies, come on in if you can.
There we go.
Again. All right, so let's decide whether we want to go to the side. Yeah,
Mike Carroll bringing all the girls in to go over the rules and the format for this national finals match coming up. Little hand signal review going on. Okay. Carroll is no stranger to big matches, as you can catch her up in the chair at many of the New Jersey Grand Prix and APTA Tour events along the way.
It's a brave job getting up in that chair.
You know what? It's
in the 20-degree under.
I don't think I could ever do it.
It's a tough job for those that haven't done it, and you know I have a real genuine appreciation for all the umpires that get up there and volunteer their free time for the benefit of the game.
Absolutely, and Chris, my points aren't like yours. You know, some of your points last for 10 minutes, it seems. They're up there a long time.
I could forget what's happening in
I
10
agree.
minutes. I
They are
would be like,
fully
I don't
sharp.
even know where I am right now. What is going on?
They
Get
are
me
so
out of here.
focused. I agree. They are so sharp. It's admirable.
You have to wonder how many of these
we
umpires
go.
maybe have been under the tutelage of the one and only Mark Bliss for future matches, who is not here at this year's
I cannot believe he's not
Junior
here
National
right now.
Championships.
He must be in
He must be in Aruba or someplace nice, right?
He has to be, as he's not usually one to miss these types of events.
I think maybe because there's no chair, it just wasn't appealing to him. He likes to be up there and see the footfalls really
He
well.
gets comfortable in his chair and his moccasin hat that he's known to wear in these types of in this type of weather.
His green jacket. I remember the
That's
green
right.
jacket.
Yep. I'll tell you, there's no
Staples.
nonsense when Mark Bliss is up in the chair.
All right, the match is underway.
Oh, good get there.
Great get from that screen.
Yep, we got the Donnelly sisters here at the net.
30-15.
And the Wolford sisters at the baseline, returning first.
Arden Donnelly to serve first. And right away we're seeing those aggressive
40-15.
overheads that we've been noticing in the other final matches as well.
Donnelly sisters with a hold to start off the match.
Donnelly leads the first set 1-0. Wolford to serve.
We got Quinn Wolford serving first.
Love 15. All.
So you can tell it happened, and we've seen, what, now 5 different teams come out here, sets of matches. And in the beginning, there's a little bit of nerves. There's a little bit of, you know, they're a little tentative. It's scary, you know, and they're going to settle right in. A couple of faults, couple of misreturns, and then you watch. This match gets closer and tighter.
For sure. I think the points are a little bit shorter in the beginning. And the quality of the points gets a little bit better, and the points get longer as the match goes on. And hopefully, since these girls are competing with their sister by their side and feel comfortable with someone they know really well, hopefully they, by now, know how to support each other in big moments like this.
You could just tell, she asked if it was no ad, do we do which side? And umpire Carroll said this is regular scoring. So they go from a no ad morning to a regular scoring, a little bit different too. You know, they got to get used to that. It's a lot.
Yeah, and these girls have had to do a lot of different formats. The round robin format, the semis format was different. Now finals, I think, is a little different as well. So just keeping that mental focus, and again, the weather is making everything a little bit more tricky.
Donnelly's, this is a dream start for the Donnelly sisters.
Eloise serving now.
Yep. Smart return by the Wolford. Wolford girls going behind Arden Donnelly at the net there.
Nice drive right in between the net players
Yep,
by
threading the needle.
Harper Wolford.
And watch Arden Donnelly at the, oh, that was game, I think. As Arden Donnelly is kind of straddling that double singles line when her partner's serving, and then right after she serves it, goes right to the middle.
And she was really close to the net as well, so that tells you these girls are
She's
not
not
scared
afraid.
of the ball. They're ready to go. Yeah, they want
Got
the
a
ball to
little-
come to them.
Little baseline play action there.
15 love.
Hey, guys, hang on 1 second.
15 all.
All right, Harper Wolford to serve. 15 all. This is a huge game. If they can bring it back to 2 all, that would be their ideal scenario. But the Donnelly sisters are returning, so they got that on their side.
15-40.
And they look really comfortable at the baseline, Vera. I would be afraid to hit a short ball to either one of those girls at the baseline.
Game. Donnelly leads the first set 3-1.
For sure, and we haven't seen too many lobs and too many really high and deep lobs from either team so far. So the points kind of have been in that drive to volley scenario.
Look at that. Ask and you shall receive.
I think sometimes from all the commentating I've done this season, I think that they can hear me somehow.
Arden Donnelly was so surprised with that lob, her beanie came off as she was going back for it.
Yeah, and I think the Wolford sisters are starting to see that.
Getting smart,
Yeah,
you're right.
they want to change it up a little bit. And
That was what we call the curse of the commentator, Vera.
well, the curse or the blessing for the other team.
Sure. Yeah.
Nice hustle there.
15-30.
Yeah, the tricky part is that even though you're lobbing during the point, you still want to be looking for your drive and the shorter ball. So hopefully they're remembering that. And the Donnelly sisters are now seeing those lobs come in a little bit earlier, moving back early and getting ready. Oh, that's a good attempt at the downline lob, though. I like it. I like the idea a lot.
That was a little more difficult lob there for Eloise Donnelly.
And I think after they do this a few times, then I don't mind them.
Yeah, going right
Going
back
exactly.
to the drive return.
Yeah,
Just to
making
show
the
them
other
they
team
have
think.
both options.
Totally, yeah. Make it a little unexpected for the other team. All right, the Donnelly sisters looking to hold their serve once again.
Quinn, that's a good lob by Quinn
Yeah.
again.
You can see every time that they're able to lob the ball and put the players behind the service line, they're really struggling to get those overheads back. You know, at this age and this height, it's not easy to return those kinds of lobs.
Game, Wolford.
That was a big game for them.
Absolutely.
Big
They're
game.
making this a match now.
Donnelly 3, Wolford 2. We'll change that. Everybody have a towel or not? We've got plenty.
They're settling in now, getting a little comfortable.
Try towels.
And Vera, do you remember who won between these girls when they played in the round robin stage?
I do not.
Too many matches.
Too many matches to count. I remember faces and some names, but I don't remember all
You
the
were
specifics.
in the zone
unfortunately.
earlier.
I was locked in.
Yep.
I was locked in.
It's a lot. It's a lot of
Running
info.
point over at the Short Hills
Yeah,
Club this
there were
morning.
a lot of parents.
How
to
many
talk
rounds
to.
did you say? They had 9 rounds?
We had
10
11 rounds.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
11 rounds followed by quarterfinals and semifinals for the 10 and under teams.
Oh, okay.
And 1 semifinal
Wow.
for the 12 and under
Yep.
teams.
Yeah,
so
your brain
a lot
is
of paddle.
scrambled.
When you can't keep it on 2 hands, that's when you know you've played a lot of paddle. Oh,
All right, that's exactly when.
not even putting up the hand after that let cord.
Because you know they're
No,
not
no.
sorry.
Maybe
and that's
they're not
okay.
tennis players.
You know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But
Uh-oh, paddle
you
gods.
gotta wonder if there was a little karma in that fault afterwards.
All right, 30 all, big point here.
30-40.
The Donnelly sisters are looking to break back and get their lead, 2-game lead right back. Huge
Wow.
return.
That's game, Donnelly.
And I love the confidence paddle.
Donnelly leads the
I'm going to call it
first set,
paddle
4
slap
games.
because it's kind of aggressive, but a lot of good energy behind it.
Donnelly to serve. You all ready? Love
Yeah, I was just
15.
thinking that as Carol mentioned, are you guys ready? I think a lot of kids don't realize that they can take a second, you know, and kind of regroup and bounce the ball a couple times if they're serving, or, you know, just take a second before they return. It makes a big difference in a momentum game like this, and I think kids are just kind of like, just serve the ball. So here we go, next point, and sometimes they might need a second.
Yeah, the tempo of play in this match has been very quick.
30-15.
Great
There's
overhead.
not a lot of time spent in between the points.
All.
Yeah, it's going quick again. For Wilfred, they got a, well, that was a better lob.
Yeah.
That was a good lob.
Well, I mean, look where Eloise had to return that ball from. She's nearly on the baseline trying to hit an overhead.
Advantage Wolford.
Another
Dave
great
Wolford.
lob from the ad court side.
4-3.
And now we got 4-3.
Boy, 4-3 sounds a lot better than 5-2.
It really does. I find 5-2 to be a sneaky score. You're up 5-2, you lose a few games, it's 5-4. You get really tight thinking about that just a second ago you had a bigger lead, and then before you know it, you lose.
Yeah, paddle is sneaky that way. Good word, sneaky.
Love 15.
See if they can hold here. Get it to tie it up.
Hey, 1 second, guys.
15 all. $15.30. $30 all.
30 all.
40-40. Now that's game, Donnelly.
All right, we got 5-3. That was a little bit quick
Donnelly
for
5,
Wilfred.
Wolford 3. Donnelly to serve. Love 15.
All right, and we are back, Jill, as
It's all right.
Vera and I had to take a quick snack break.
I get it. You had a long
Yep.
day. I get it.
Absolutely.
Love 30.
So it's 2 good lobs in a row to start this game off.
I'm very impressed with the Wolford sisters' ability to lob. I think they're the first team
Look at that.
I've seen so far in the
good
live
catch.
stream today that whose strength has been a lob. Not a big drive, not a big overhead, a lob, which is really a great paddle shot.
You know, they've been down this entire match, and they are fighting hard for every point and proven to be a very resilient team.
That's a nice setup. It's
Yeah.
a lob roller. Look at that. 5-4. Still
All right,
in it.
this has been the tricky part of the game for the Wolford sisters. They got to get a hold to stay in it. They look really, really comfortable at the baseline so far, though. Let's see if
Let's see
they.
Quinn.
Yep, they're rolling with the same strategy. Not even taking a moment
No,
to get
Quinn
a sip
is
of
serving
water.
away. Nope.
She's serving before I can finish breaking down what just happened.
15 love.
You know, I bet you they've, logged in a lot of water through their skin,
Yep.
Chris, so I don't think they're thirsty today.
Absolutely.
15 all.
I think that maybe has also something to say about that like childlike play where you're playing, you're not thinking, right? We as adults tend to overthink the points, over-strategize sometimes even, and these kids just kind of go and enjoy and stay in the moment, and that's cool to see. I want to implement some of that in my game. I'll tell you that.
Great volley off that bullet
Yeah.
return. What a lob, though.
Oh, is it coming back in play?
Oh,
good
it's
hustle.
close.
All right, got a set point now. Couple of set points.
Game, Donnelly.
Oh, a
Donnelly
little
wins
hop,
the first
skip,
set,
and tap
6
with the
games to
paddle
4.
as the Donnelly sisters take the first set. 6 games to 4.
Are we going to switch sports or say
We haven't said anything, so.
A little dialogue with the umpires. They're figuring out where they're going for this next set.
We got plenty of towels here.
They're wiping off
Okay.
their grips.
Yep.
That's the really tough part about the rain. The paddle kind of just skids out of your hand.
Okay, they're good, guys.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Ball becomes heavy, grip becomes slippery.
One thing you can see them all doing is they're all toweling off their grips. I think that's the most important part of the paddle to try and keep dry in these conditions.
Not your hair, Chris.
You know, I always got the head. I always got a beanie on in this kind of weather, or a hat, anyways, which covers that
I'm
base.
teasing you.
I can only imagine the stress of trying to keep the hair on point in this kind of weather.
It is very stressful, I'll tell you that. It is. And it always happens that you play these days after you just washed your hair the night before. It always works out somehow that way.
You're not going out to dinner after a paddle match at the nice fancy restaurant
Oh, yeah.
anytime soon. Warming up the new ball for the second set.
You okay?
It looks like we might be staying with the same match for at least a few games, perhaps.
Oh, hang on, lady, sorry.
As Eloise Donnelly is preparing to serve first, but
If you want to stay warm, we can have. We're not going to start.
Oh no, I think we're actually
You're
gonna
switching it up?
Switch it up
Okay.
again.
Yep.
Again, this is the reason why we're just trying to get as many kids on the live stream as possible. Give their minutes of fame, talk about them. They've earned it for sure today. So I think in a minute we might have the girls 18 and under final coming on court.
Is that any of yours? I'm going to
that
put.
was there when we got here. What?
Make sure that that's right before I start saying who's coming.
All right, so why did I do it?
Done. Great job. Hey, fit something up. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired.
Someone say retired?
Looking good out there, Eli.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2024 APTA Junior National Championships. I'm Patty Hogan, sneaking in here with Vera and Jill. And in case you guys were wondering, a lot of people ask me, did Eli Manning and Patty win that match over Greg and Drew? And the answer is, we won that match in a tiebreaker in the third set.
I am not surprised at all.
Came down to the wire, and I mean, Eli really was the difference in the match. So anyway, quick thank you guys again for helping out, and you're doing a great job with the streaming. People enjoy listening to you at home, getting some real good positive feedback. I really want to thank our sponsors one more time. Master Athletics, our New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis Association, our New Jersey Women's Platform Tennis League, our New Jersey Partners League, our New Jersey Women's Flex League. I want to thank Riley Green Mountain Platform Tennis Courts. I want to thank Court Pro Platform Tennis Courts. I want to thank Greg Morgan, APTA board member, running the show here at Junior Nationals. I want to thank Ellen and John Birchnall, helping Greg look really good at the Junior National Championships. It takes a village. We've got Jake here, our producer. Everybody's chipping in, doing a great job. Action from Canoe Brook has been phenomenal all day. Really high level of play, you guys. So fun. And I want to thank all our HUD commanders and pros who volunteered their time today to make this an amazing experience for the kids. Tomas Christian, Chris Humphreys, Vera Besanova, Jill Fair, Drew Broderick, Lori Hissey. Lynn and Paul Ivans aren't pros, but they act like it. Cher Akramov, he did a great job. Michael Lesky, Dave Broderick, Will Everett. Rick Salmon's not a pro, but he's the guy who wears red at Morristown Field Club and is a big-time supporter of junior paddle and always helps us with a HUD. Pablo Blasco from Beacon Hill. It's the first time he's helped out with Junior National Championships. Jeremiah De Jose and Lori Hissey came up from Philly to help us. And then we have the one and only Steve Kakam, who is pulling double duty. He was a HUD person out at Fiddler's Elbow, and he's out there in the rain handling all the umpiring, really making it fun for those kids out there. So Vera and Jill, good talk. See ya.
I don't think she caught a breath this whole time. I think that was like one breath in and she just talked. That was amazing.
I don't think so either.
If that's key to being a national champion, I'm going to start doing some breath work. Maybe that's what I've been missing. I thought the height was key. Clearly it's not, because...
Oh, yeah, she is. She's energy. That's why these kids love her to death, because she has just as much energy as they do.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
amazing. Amazing. Okay, so we got the girls 18 and under finals going on now on the court. Let's see who we got.
All right, so returning from the semis match that we were covering earlier, Katie Choi and Sophia Lee. Katie Choi with a blue paddle and a black hat.
Looks
So that's
like
the further away from the camera. And then her partner in the deuce side court, Sophia Lee. Closer to us on the deuce side at the net right now is Emma Stanislasik. There we go. And then in a black hat, black vest right next to her at the net on the left side is Ali Stanislasik. And this is the girls 18 and under final.
The Stanislasik sisters have been no stranger to the APTA Junior Nationals. They have won. They won last year for sure. I remember. I know they've been in these tournaments for some time, so it's nice to see them back. They are 18. This could be their last tournament, at least junior tournament. I bet you we see them in the women's someday.
Absolutely. So did Lee Choi play in a different age bracket last year?
They
played in the
were
15s in the final?
Yes, as
Okay.
were the other semi-finalists, Annie and Nikki. They also were from the 15s.
Right,
they
right,
just
right.
aged
Okay.
up. So, yeah. So Ali and Emma Stanislasik are from Westchester, Pennsylvania, or I'm not sure if I'm saying Worcester. I'm not sure.
That's always a very
Westchester.
confusing word for
Always
me.
tricky, but we'll say both of those in Pennsylvania. They both play tennis. They both like the Phillies. Wonder why. They hit it. They hit a nice paddle ball. I've seen it before. We get to see it. Get to see it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Junior Nationals. This is the girls 18 final round.
And it looks
match.
like Ali Stanislasik in her free time enjoys hiking. Second that. That sounds super cool. And Emma likes going to the beach. So pretty fun hobbies right there. And I remember this from last year. Ali Stanislasik's favorite player is Charlotte Sikora. So I wonder if we're going to see the moves that Charlotte likes to go for when she plays. The blitzes, the big backhand drive, the roller at the net. I wonder if she's going to be implementing that in her game. And for Katie Choi, she enjoys hanging out with her friends. And Sophia Lee loves to play with Legos, build Legos. I actually so love that. I remember as a kid, I totally loved doing it, and then you kind of just stop because you get too busy. But
if you want any, Vera, the Fair household
I'll
has
come
about
over.
8,000
I'll come over
buckets of
and
Legos,
yeah,
sorted by color for
sure,
ease of use.
I'm sure once in a while you guys like step on an occasional Lego piece.
There is
and
no greater pain than stepping on a Lego in the middle of the night. That's like hitting the corner of your nightstand.
That sounds painful.
Yeah.
And a big congratulations to Bibi and Singh on winning the girls 10 and under national championships, and I believe this is their first go at it. I could see them celebrating in the corner as I briefly relieve myself to get a snack.
Who do we have umpiring there, Vera? Is that
That is Mike Yahimski.
Oh, yep.
Back at it again. And he looks really decked out in all of his proper rain attire out there.
They're warm, and then after every set we'll switch balls? Yeah. Does that sound good? Yeah.
little discussion before starting to see what the plan is. Looks like Allie is going to be the first server. Match is going to be underway.
All right, here we go. Going right off into the I formation on the first point of the match.
Let cord return doesn't hurt anybody.
That, I don't think Lee and Choi are too upset about that one. Oh. Delicate drop volley.
It's a big forehand.
Yeah.
Big forehand coming from
And
Sophia.
I wonder if the Stanislazic girls have thought about the I formation to try and neutralize the Lee and Choi return, which proved to be, a weapon of mass destruction in the semis.
Yep.
But I've seen a couple of really nice drop volleys by Allie right off the bat.
30-40.
Little
Yep.
tough to control in the wet. Tough to control in the hot. All right, Deuce. Look at that, staying back.
Interesting.
Well, they were hurt by it.
And Sophia Lee makes a smart decision to soften the pace on that return as she sees them both go back. Seen a lot of different strategies right off the bat from the Stanislazic twins. They are not afraid to implement new strategies and just keep Lee and Choi having to, mix up their shot selection.
Yeah.
I'm really liking the way they're coming out in this first game. Oh, look at that. Serve, stay back, rips the first forehand. And they have battled their way to a game point. And that was just a really smart game by the Stanislazic sisters as I saw probably 4 different strategies used in this point, and in the last, in the semifinals that Choi and Lee played against Grossman Irish, I mean, they were just killing their return of serves and coming in behind it, and you could tell that Lee and Choi like having that target at the net to attack, and I thought the Stanislazic girls did a great job of just mixing up that target. Every time they returned, they had, Lee and Choi had to hit it somewhere different or hit it with a different pace, and it proved to be unsettling in that first game.
For sure. There's a big forehand.
Yeah.
12-15.
I feel like the more years you play paddle, the more times you're out on the court, you realize how many options B, C, D, E you need to have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those things that once got you free points don't get you free points anymore, so you say, wait.
No question that all 4 of these girls out here have great looking tennis swings, and they can all hit a forehand. I think the difference in a match like this where all of them have such firepower is who's better at making adjustments and finding the right strategy to win.
Chris, what's it like to hit a forehand? I don't know.
I don't think I'm the right person to ask on this one either.
I want their forehand.
Both Jill and I are backhand dominant players. Maybe we have to ask them, pick their brains after, and ask the experts on this.
40-15.
That's a nice deep volley. Got to keep the. Oh, they're trying. I give them credit. They're trying to keep the ball deep, so they're not getting driven at as much.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for Lee and Choi to keep those overheads deep and out of the attacking range of the Stanislazic sisters.
Wow, that was a
great
good handed volley. No fear.
No, none whatsoever by Sophia Lee as she hits the perfect chicken wing volley for a drop shot.
Stay on that backhand volley. That was a nice return. Made her reach for
Yeah, they
forehand.
found the forehand,
There you
yep.
go.
Oh, another one with some hand-to-hand combat.
Game the stands. They lead the first set 2-0.
Well, let's see it again. Well, instant replay. Bam.
Look at that.
Good night. Yeah, I'd love to see Lee and Choi using some of their roller overheads next time they come to the net. They had a lot of success with that shot in the semifinals.
Look at you, Chris.
Wow.
They heard you again.
You know what? I'm glad they did.
Good hands.
Beautiful.
Love 15.
This is the most adversity we've seen Lee and Choi face probably all tournament, down 2-0. Oh,
Cannon
huge
again.
return
Love 30.
by Katie Choi, and you could see she'd already had a fist pump in the air before the Stanislazic girls had a chance to think about running back to hit it.
They're discussing. That's pretty smart.
I imagine the conversation goes something like this. I think Katie Choi likes to hit her forehand, and I think she likes to hit it big. That was a nice high lob and a great squat there by Sophia Lee. Here it comes. You can just see it coming. A little help with the nick.
Yeah. Good point, though.
15.
They worked her hard back there.
Absolutely.
Lee and Choi need to keep this close.
Absolutely. Well, look at this serving strategy again by the Stanislazic sisters. Two back, but serve, partner standing on the same side. Oh, great cutoff volley.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. We couldn't tell if it was over or not.
That's one of those where
Probably good
Allie
it didn't
probably
go
almost
over.
wishes it was going over.
Exactly. Another game point chance. See what Katie does with this return.
I go.
Oh, overhead off the overhead.
That was going to be tough. It could have been a nick.
From Sophia Lee. Oh, yeah, here it comes. Katie
On the
Choi
board.
with a bomb.
Choi Lee.
Again, to get on the board.
The first set, 2 games
Yeah,
to
to your
1.
guys' point earlier, I think she can give us all some pointers on how to hit a forehand drive. That is a beast of a shot coming from that ad side. It looks like Lee Choi are on the board.
Vera, you need no help with your forehand. You got a cannon yourself.
I think I need help with everything else, though. So I can still talk to these girls and see if they can teach me a thing or two.
The only difference is theirs has got a little bit more spin, I think, than yours does, Vera.
Whew.
Wow. Allie
Good hands.
Stanislazic coming in. Great blitz and great hands, too, at the net.
I'm loving that serve, too. Like, that serve has some top spin on it. And, yes, it definitely looks like the girls play tennis or have played paddle for a long time. Very good technique on all their strokes. And we got a double break point for the Stanislazic sisters.
Yeah, I think she just needed to take a second there. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I don't think the kids realize they can kind of take a moment, just gather themselves.
And sometimes that's all it takes to throw the opponent off a little bit too, right? You come up to your partner at the net and have a quick chat with them, and the baseliners think that something crazy is about to happen and this complete change of strategy. And for all you know, you might be talking about something very simple.
What's for dinner?
Yeah.
That's a question that's in my head all the time, Jill.
Now I'm starting to think what's for dinner. I need to be able to focus on the rest of these matches. Now I'm thinking about dinner.
We got the sample what was for lunch, and certainly already got me excited for dinner.
Well, Jill here is no. I'm not sure what I was trying to say.
I'm scared what's coming out next.
I was going to say.
Love to hear the rest of that sentence,
Me
Vera.
too.
I was trying
Let's go.
to, in my mind, there was some kind of wordplay there, but what I was trying to say is, as we started talking about dinner, is that Jill and I have been to River Grill many times as well, and that's the spot for all the local New Jersey pros. That is a great dive bar, I guess.
Right down the street.
You know,
it's a little blue collar. I mean,
on
is it
on
white collar? Whatever
on a
the
rainy
color
day,
is.
you know, it definitely makes
the
me
spot.
think of the River Grill.
Yeah.
That's definitely, you know, a place that is frequently visited in these kind of weather conditions.
Yeah.
Good food and drink at the River Grill for sure.
Absolutely. I'd recommend to any of these parents celebrating their national titles after to head on over after this tournament's
Not
over.
a sponsor. We should get them to be one.
Absolutely.
I think that would be awesome.
30-40.
All right, this is kind of a big point here. Get it close. Keep it at 3-2.
Shout out to Russell Benkheim tuning in from his home in Summit, New Jersey, watching the Junior Nationals today.
The first set, 3-2.
Yeah, Russell hopped in the booth for a little bit earlier, and
some are calling him the Skip Bayless of commentating. And for those that don't know who Skip Bayless is, you can do some research at home to figure out if that's a compliment or not.
I feel like it's not. Something tells me it's not.
Yeah, it just depends on you know, what kind of sports opinions you like to receive, I guess. He's known for his hot takes in the sports world.
Right, we got 15 all here, and this is a huge game. There's a big difference between a 4-2 lead and a 3-all game, and as we all know, that 7th game of the set is often a very key game. So if you're Lee Choi right now, you're really trying to keep it as close as possible. And for some reason, Chris is laughing at my commentary, and I'm not sure how to take it.
You know,
so funny, Chris.
I don't know why we're talking about the 7th game as we're playing the 5th game.
Because we're playing the
7th
We're
game.
playing the 6th game that's leading to the 7th game. I think that 3-all game is very key. That's all I was trying to say.
I see. The tune-up
I know
to the 7th game, the precursor.
I know big
That's
math
the big
isn't
one.
really your thing, Chris, but stay with me here.
Please.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a squabble.
Believe me,
Should I leave the room?
I won out of the squabble many times, and somehow it still comes back.
All right, they got a point for 3-3.
Keeping it simple, going down the middle. Great get on the deuce side wire from the
Yeah, that's
Let's see,
Allie.
that's
That's Allie with the red hat on.
oh,
Stanislaus. Yeah.
and it might be. I think it's Emma with the red hat.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
it
wrong.
is.
It's very easy to
What
confuse
threw us
these
off
players.
is in our match notes, Ali Stanislazic had a black vest on earlier, but she has peeled that black vest off after a couple of games, and it's basically shed a new identity out there.
And I think that new identity comes with a big, big forehand.
Absolutely.
Here's a fun fact. Ready? My 9-year-old Mason, who played his tournament today and lost in the semifinals, is out there again in the rain, hitting balls with Vincent Broderick, who also lost he lost in his semifinals also, and they are now soaked again. They were dry, now they're soaked. That shows you how much they love paddle.
I mean, this is the best time to work on what didn't work, right? While it's still fresh on your mind.
Well, I don't think that's really what they're thinking, but I love I love it.
I'm
they
giving
did.
them that credit. I'm giving them that credit. I know
Okay.
what they're doing. They're working for the future. I love that.
I love it. Yeah, they might be partners next season. Stay tuned. We'll see.
That would be a great team to watch.
All right, they got another game point here. Another hold point. Let's see.
What a volley.
That was an amazing
What a volley by Sophia Lee. Great shot.
Big.
Team Shirley Lee, first set is tied 3-all.
Could be a little momentum swing, that little shot. That was a big volley, as you said. All right, Chris, this is it. This is the 3-all sixth game.
Now
Seventh
we're
game.
in
the
that
seventh game.
that
telling you
seventh
guys.
game that is so pivotal.
I'm telling you, you're laughing now.
So you're
but
saying if they win this game, they're up 4-3.
I mean, that part is obvious, I think.
Talking out the strategy here. That's
Yeah,
smart.
they're taking their time. You know, after watching the what do we watch? The girls' 12s before this, you can just see the pace of play and the tempo of play in between points. Huge difference.
Yep, they've
in
learned
this
a lot in
girls'
those
18s
years.
finals.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't think I can say it enough, but another great forehand right at their feet by Katie Choi. As that forehand has proved to be a difference maker so far. And Stanislazic girls have been doing a lot of different strategies. They're going back to the I formation now.
15-40.
And it proved to be successful this time. See if they can stay in the seventh game.
Team Shirley Lee, they lead the first set 4-3.
There's a lot of positivity on the Lee Choi side.
I just love that backhand volley from
Absolutely.
Sophia Lee. I mean, that is so incredible. She's right on top of the net. She's not afraid. She can see when that drive comes in. She steps in. It looks like as good as a professional paddle player's volley. It's awesome.
15-all.
So, little fun fact about Katie Choi and Sophia Lee. They have spent a lot of time this season training with the legendary Marco Grangiero over at the Knickerbocker Country Club, as he is tuning in and watching this match live. And he said that for practice this season, they would play weekly matches against adults, and also played the women's 50-plus PTI tournament in Ohio and made the finals of the consolation there. pretty cool to see their dedication to the game of paddle at such a young age.
Yeah, and it totally makes sense. That sounds like they played against adults, and kind of to your guys' point of them taking time in between points, talking strategy. It sounds like they're playing the game the way it's played on a very high level of the sport.
This is just neck and neck in this first set so far.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, Jill. You know, I'm so invested in this match. You know, I kind of want to see how the second set plays out too.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chris,
I know it's just not the way it
we're
works.
probably not gonna see it. We got 2 more finals. I think they're trying to get on tonight. So, is it even tonight? Feels like tonight. 4:20. Sorry, this afternoon still. These kids came about 8:45 this morning. They've been playing all day. It's great. Good hands. Wow.
All right, and stepping back in the booth is Miss Junior Nationals herself, the one, the only Miss High Energy, Patty Hogan. Welcome back, Patty.
Chris, it's good to be in here dry for the first time today, I got to say. My glasses are a little fogged up, but what are we watching here, Chris?
Man, we are watching an awesome first set of the girls 18 and under national finals between Katie Choi, and Sophia Lee, and Emma and Allie Stanislazic. And this has been a great first set so far. I mean, it's been back and forth as we're playing. We're seeing a ton of different strategy adjustments by the Stanislazic sisters. You can see they're serving and staying back now. They've been doing I formation. They're doing poaching. You know, they're doing a little bit of everything. And Katie Choi and Sophia Lee have, they've been ripping their forehands and being super aggressive. And I think the Stanislazic girls are just trying to keep Choi and Lee from staying in that rhythm on that forehand.
Chris, the sisters, 4 national championships already together. I think they have the 10s, 12s, 15s.
They've got a little bit of everything. They have on the 18s before.
They didn't win last year?
I think they did.
I think they did win last year.
Yeah, I could go to my fact check person, but
I think they did. I
that
feel like I
person-
gave them a medal.
I think we gave them a lot of medals.
Yeah.
So, you guys, how impressive is this play all afternoon? I was outside watching all the courts, and I mean, the kids know tactics. They know how to make the adjustments. I mean, you can tell they've watched a lot of Chris Humphreys and Filippo Sisconing on the live stream. You know, and I love how as the age group goes up, you see the kids with really clear cut, like they know who's hitting what ball. We've got the shifting. I mean, I'm sure you guys covered all these points about
Absolutely.
how mature their paddle games are.
We've been a lot of talk has been, and compliments have been thrown out about their strategies and adjustments as they're playing, but I don't think I can say enough good things about all these kids' attitudes today, as it's been a tough day with the weather and conditions that, no one ever roots for in a tournament of this magnitude. And I can tell you that after watching the girls 10s and 12s all morning at the Short Hills Club, there was not one single complaint made by any of the kids, and they all went out there and just played their hearts out for 11 rounds all morning. It's been really awesome to see and just really impressive, I think.
Chris, I had one parent who tried to complain.
A parent.
I'd like to hear how that one went. Yes.
Parent.
You know,
Yeah, I was talking about the kids.
No, I'm kidding. No, it's really a remarkable display. But sometimes I get suggestions, and I always say this is the day of
The first set, 5 games to 4.
1,000 questions, 500 suggestions, and I say, hey, why don't you join our Junior Nats committee next year?
Yeah.
Love another set of hands on deck. Jill, we talked about your lineage in the sport. You have been amazing in giving back to the game, helping us run this event. We couldn't do it without you.
I
Cover
would
for me
do
now, Jill, because you got to do it without me.
I got you. No, we do this because we love the game, and certainly, selfishly, I have kids who now love the game because we brought them out. And Chris mentioned families. One of the kids had said like their favorite time is coming out and playing paddle with their families, and that's big. That's what it's really all about.
Jill, is there a lot of family paddle played in the Fair household? Do you guys get together and play some family paddle?
Now, I have a large age gap between my children. They're 7.5 years apart, but I'll tell you what, the 4 of us go out, and my 17-year-old rips the ball at my 9-year-old, and he takes it, and it's fun, and we go out for dinner afterward, and we all enjoy it.
Those are what we call character building forehands, Jill. He's teaching them young, so he's ready to go next year. Yep. All right, big game here for Lee and Choi as they are serving to stay in the game. Down 4-5 in this first set. And I'm really liking the overhead selections I'm seeing by Lee and Choi as they're getting a little bit more aggressive, starting to use their roller overhead, which they only used in the semis against Grossman and Irish when they were up by a couple of games.
Yeah, I think with that confidence, with that success brings some confidence, and she'll just do it more and more. I think it's a great shot.
And even on a couple of these overheads, if you watch Katie Choi closely, you can see her grip change from that forehand grip to a continental grip as she's mulling over the decisions on what she wants to do and how she wants to hit this ball.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they have incredible poise and composure, just like the adults out there. And
I think it's important to point out again that Lee and Choi have been working with the one and only Marco Grangiero all season long. As he says, they were so dominant against kids, they've been doing their practice matches against adults on a weekly basis.
And they went out and played in the PTI Nationals. Did you guys talk about that?
We did, yes. I heard they made it to the finals of the Consolation.
That's great. That's great.
And I'm wondering where they learned that roller from, because I know Marco is not known for his roller overhead on the court. Could that have been one of his assistants, Oz, helping him out there? Or?
Kristen, it's funny we talk about Marco, a phenomenal player, but not known for tremendous grip changes on his overheads.
No.
More of like a slicer / overhead.
For sure. Great volleys. Great. One of the top volleyers in the game, no doubt.
He has a little bit of phenomenal quickness.
Absolutely. He's what we call sneaky quick, Patty.
Sneaky quick.
All right, game point for Lee and Choi.
Oh, needed a second, just an extra second.
Was that a fault there?
Yeah,
oh
it was
my.
a little long. I feel like in those moments, they just need an extra second.
All right, this is huge.
Yeah, she's been serving really well.
My heart's fluttering as I'm watching this huge game.
Nice. Could have hit a little seamer there.
Yep.
Right, she gets another chance. Let's give her a little breath. There you go. There it is, 5-5.
All right, and I have to make a quick correction on Lee and Choi, who went to the 45-plus PTIs this year in Cleveland, Ohio, and they won the Consolation.
All right, this is probably the closest set we've watched all day for the
absolutely.
finals.
Absolutely.
A really good paddle. Wow.
Great
Every
volley.
time I see it, I just feel like it keeps getting faster and better, but so are the volleys. These girls are playing a very high level of paddle right now.
I'll tell you what, I'm as good as amazing as this match is. I am, equally as excited to see the boys 18s finals too.
For sure.
Which has always been a treat in the past.
Yeah, we're watching the future, the next,
Yeah.
potential regular national.
I hope we're
champions.
seeing both these teams for years to come playing more of these adult tournaments, as they're already having success now.
40 love. Game the stands, they lead the first set 6-5.
I like how umpire Mike shortened the Stanislasic name to the stands for his own benefit.
I like it.
It's a mouthful.
All right, we have a very special guest joining us in the booth. The one, the only Jeremiah De Jose, coming back for another year at the Junior Nationals. Welcome back, Jeremiah.
Ladies and gentlemen, back and better than ever. Thank you for having me.
We got a nail biter here.
Absolutely.
Absolute barn burner here.
There's been a ton of strategy changes by the Stanislasic sisters as they're playing this match, trying to figure out how to survive the firepower that Lee and Choi have from the baseline. And I think they've been doing a great job of it so far.
Really big drives by Choi and Lee.
Yeah, huge.
But the Stanislasic girls typically play a little slower, a little more, a few more lobs, a little more methodical, but they have definitely made a conscious effort to be more offensive today. Some big rips from Emma Stanislasic coming out of the deuce side. Allie's really hunting and looking for some forehands.
That's too bad.
I'll tell you what, this has been an awesome first set of paddle. Definitely the most competitive set we've seen so far. You just hate to see it end on a fault of serve.
No doubt.
But Jeremiah, I know you spent some time working with the Stanislasic sisters down in Pennsylvania. Is that correct?
Yeah. I've had the pleasure of being with the girls the last 2 years since being at Radley Run. Great girls. I mean, they work incredibly hard, not just on the court, but they work at the club. They work in our hut. Allie's a lifeguard during the summertime. They hang out with our younger players and actually will hit with our younger players. Our 10 under girls absolutely look up to Emma and Allie. Shout out to the Venema girls, Kendall Patton, all these 10 under girls who made it to the finals today. Actually.
Yes, they play. I saw Venema, and who was her partner's name?
Kendall Patton.
I saw them playing over at the Short Hills Club this morning in the 10 and unders. They took down 2 Short Hills girls in the semifinals. Charlotte Mullins and Stella DeTosto in an awesome semifinals match. And it was just great sportsmanship all around, as all the girls were having a really good time out there and having good points.
Love to hear it. The game of paddle is in good hands. Is it too early, passing of the torch? Too early?
I think it's a very timely reference, as the one and only Johan Durant is going in the Paddle Hall of Fame here, having his official induction just next week. So it's clear that it's time for someone new to certainly grab the torch and take it.
Maybe you and Felipe. Maybe that's you guys.
Yeah, we would love to do so. Absolutely, but looks like there's so much talent. The field is getting deeper, every single year.
Absolutely. So it's so deep. It's on the men's side and the women's side.
No, 100%.
It's going to be a great culmination of the season next week in Boston. Hopefully the weather's going to be a little better than it is today here in New Jersey.
Yeah, we were just talking about the last several national events that have happened in New Jersey have all been in the rain. If you remember a couple years ago at Canoe Country Club, they had the men's national finals, which was played the entire weekend in non-stop rain. Same thing with last year's mixed nationals in Jersey and this year's junior nationals. So some bad luck for for the New Jersey paddle crew, who is one of the most dedicated and loyal fan bases I think in all of paddle. They are known for showing up for everything, and this is a tough one to keep the fans out there. A few less viewers probably than usual. No doubt that the weather has had something to do with this, but we're here and we're powering through and we're making the most of it.
And Chris and Jeremiah, there's a real good reason why we've been here enough at Canoe Brook in the rain, because Drew Broderick steps up to the plate and has been a phenomenal partner for junior paddle, for open paddle. Anytime the APTA for the last 20 years needs someone to run a tournament, and Vera and Chris, your phone's busy, Drew picks up. No, only kidding. I'll be calling you guys soon. Drew picks up, steps up to the plate. He has co-chaired, I would say, I don't know how many junior nationals, open nationals, mixed nationals. He got the biggest turnout in mixed nationals. Not only does Drew run a tournament, but he makes sure that everybody's invited, and he personally will go and he'll say, Chris, Vera, you know that guy? What's that guy's name at your club? Will you recruit him? We've got a partner for him. And, I think that's the difference in Jersey paddle. I was talking to someone from Massachusetts earlier, and they say really it's the dedication from all of you guys as the pros in the Philly, New York, New Jersey area who really push the envelope and really encourage players of all levels to participate, and I think that's what makes New Jersey paddle so special.
Well put, Patty. Although I do have to defend, Vera and I for a moment, as we do answer the phone when we're called. We're just called on a very minimal basis, unfortunately, right now. Patty's going to get the headset back here to put me back in my place, I'm sure.
So, Patty, get him.
Wait, Broderick, Basanova. Oh, that's first. Vera, you've gone to number 1. Chris, you're so protected by the letter H. Jeremiah, now I know you really well. A couple of years in the booth here. Watch out.
All right, I'm ready.
Seriously, thanks to everyone who steps up to the plate, and you guys are doing a great job making this really fun today. Here you go, Jill.
All right, thanks so much, Patty. And, Jeremiah, I know you're not as familiar probably with the New Jersey paddle scene, but one of the golden rules that you're taught at a very quickly into your time here is do not get on Patty's list, just the way I have just done. Once you get on it, it's hard to get off. And for such a small woman, she is very powerful.
30 love.
On a good list or a bad list? Any list.
And
every list.
I would be careful about being on any list. All right, so we're going to shift our attention here to the boys 15 and under finals, as we have Chase Egan and Eric Davis going up against Joaquin Urrutia and Wyatt Melnikov, excuse me. All right, and looks like say this name again, Jill. Urrutia and Melnikov have had some history in this stage before, as they were the 2023 12 and under winners and the 2021 10 and under winners, so no strangers at this stage.
Got that championship pedigree.
Game Melnikov Urrutia, they lead 5 games to 2.
All right, and they're showing that championship history is proven to be helpful right now, as they're up 5-2 in the first set.
So that's Wyatt. Wyatt Melnikov is serving right now. Partner Joaquin is in the bright yellow shirt.
15 love.
Joaquin and Melnikov bringing some big heat. They were actually, they played some Radley Run kids in the semifinal, and they brought some serious offense. Great transition, be able to settle the play back down. Conditions are so hard to drive.
Absolutely. And these boys are at an age where, they could start to put a little juice on those overheads, and as you know, in these when the ball gets wet and it's raining like this, just a little bit of spin on that overhead can get so tricky to return.
Ball gets heavy, maybe a little lefty spin, right, Chris?
Absolutely. I think any spin in this weather is very helpful.
So correction, Melnikov and Urity actually played Gustavo Nidek and Will Connolly in the semifinal. And obviously, of course, Gustav, his father is a paddle legend in the Philly area, Vlatko Nidek. I think he inherited some of Uncle Scott Valatak's volleys, though.
It looks like it. Another Pennsylvania paddle legend right there.
That's right.
30-15. 30-15.
All right, a lot of dialogue before this next serve. Wow, big drive there by Eric Davis, cranking that backhand, which is, you know, I haven't seen too many backhand drives I've been watching today. The last match in the girls' 18s finals saw a lot of forehand firepower. It's nice to see a little change up here.
It's a gutsy drive.
Yep.
National final, down 2-5.
And you gotta wonder if Chase Egan is trained by Drew Broderick, because he's got a Pro Flight paddle in his hand at the back there. Oh, little confusion there by Joaquin and Wyatt at the net on who should have taken that last volley.
Drew, always the master marketer and promoter. Great product placement with the Pro Flight paddle.
Yes.
Very smart.
You think he gave him that paddle for free, Jeremiah, just so he'd use it on this stage?
Come on, Drew's no dummy.
Game, Davis, Egan.
Yeah, he knows he's going to sell 10 more paddles just by giving him that one.
Exactly. Three serving 5. What do these guys have to do to get back into the set?
Oh, no, it looks like we didn't get to see the beginning of the set, so I'd be curious to see you know, how Egan and Davis got in this hole, but you know, ever since they've hopped on the stream court, they've looked pretty sharp to me.
Oh dear, another little miscommunique.
Yeah.
Happens.
30 love.
Never happens to you though, Chris, I know.
Never, no.
30-15.
Those transition plays are always tough.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're talking there. Got a little too quiet on Melnikov and Urrutia's side.
40-15.
Point for 5-4. Couple of swings there.
Yep, big rips by Joaquin.
40-30.
Rocking the neon yellow top out there.
Saw some good outfits today in this rain.
Absolutely. These boys are swagged out, no doubt. You know, and Jeremiah, I know you know, Philly always has or Pennsylvania always does a great job of supporting the Junior Nationals crew, and you know, bringing a ton of players down today. You know, tell me about the crew that you came to Jersey with for this weekend.
We had a group of 28 kids. They all took over some in New Jersey. They all came last night, hung out at the pool, cut it up. That's what's great about this event, is that you go with friends, you have a great night beforehand, hang out, have a great day at paddle, compete hard, see some people that you haven't seen in maybe a year and some of these other competitors, and you know, afterwards maybe you're in the running for a national title, but at the end of the day, just being able to hang out, do something that you really enjoy and love. So we're really lucky to have a great culture set up by Lori Hissey. That paddle program has been around. Lori Hissey has been a name in the Philly area for decades and decades, and she started the program at Radley Run, and we're really lucky to have her. But that's a big reason why the program's so big and why the game of paddle is so large in that area.
Yeah, it's just so awesome to see. I mean, you bring out, you know, such a good point. You know, one of my favorite parts of the paddle season and playing these tournaments is just you know, if you have a good partner or a good crew, you know, going all together and hanging out in between the matches, before the matches, grabbing dinner, you know, grabbing drinks. I mean, it's just it's such a good community, and you know, it's something that you don't see as much in the tennis community, which is where most of us got our start. And it's been something I've really enjoyed about going to these tournaments, is seeing your friends and hanging out with them, and even if the results don't go the way you want, you can still have a great weekend at a lot of these events. Oh.
Sorry, I blinked for a second. Was that Johan Duran?
Yeah. That was a similar play there.
Yeah. Quick like a cat. No, you're absolutely right, Chris. And the connections and the friendships that you make in this sport is definitely what makes it really, really special. And for these kids to be able to start, I mean, a lot of us started this as adults, right?
Yeah.
But they get to do it early on. They're really lucky, and hopefully they continue to play and continue to grow the sport.
You haven't seen too many kids yet at this at this age that have gone from being a great junior player to a great adult player. But one I do think needs to be pointed out is Mark Powers, who is a junior national champion and one of the top guys in the game. And I'll be curious to see if in the future we have more paddle players that got their starts as a kid and are able to take it to the highest level.
I think we will.
Especially as this tournament has grown and grown. It has to be the case. Who did Mark play with in his one national title? One national title?
I've heard that he has one. But that's a great question. As soon as Patty gets back in this room.
I'm going to find it.
Oh, Jill's going to find it?
I have it. We're going to look it up.
Are you going to text Mark Powers right now?
No. I have every single
FaceTime him?
junior winner from the beginning of time.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, look at that set.
Wow.
The question is, what year do we think that might have happened with Mark Powers?
How old's Mark?
He's got to be, I would guess, right around 30. Big celebration there by Urrutia and Melnikov as they are able to squeak out that first set and survive a comeback attempt by Egan and Davis.
Okay, I have it. I have
all right, let's hear it.
In 2005, 18 and under winner was Mark Powers with Eric D'Elia, D''E''Elia. They were the winners. Yep.
You see his name on any of the previous?
I'm going to keep scrolling down. Let's see if we find him again. I'll let you know. This is combined girls and boys, so it takes a second. I'm sorry, Mark, if I'm
success story.
If I'm failing you.
All right, he's got his.
You do have your name in lights, though. I see it.
We definitely should have just FaceTimed them.
I think that would
have been easier.
TV.
I don't see it off the top of my little list here, but Mark, if you know, you could text him and we'll give you another shout out.
Guys, I'm going to take this opportunity at the set to say thank you for letting me be in the booth again. It's always a pleasure. If anyone listening to this or watching this has not experienced junior nationals yet, come on out. The party's great. The weather's got to be better next year. It has to be, I imagine. But great crew. Patty does a great job. Enlisted army of people to help out. So we're really lucky to be here at Canoe Brook, and so really thank you guys appreciate you guys letting me be in the booth with you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jeremiah.
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
We can also shout out to all our clubs again for being so amazing today. Canoe Brook Country Club, Beacon Hill, Rackets Club, Short Hills Club, Morristown Field Club, Springbrook Country Club, Morris County Golf Club, Mendham Golf Club, Trump Bedminster, Fiddler's Elbow, Echo Lake, Plainfield, Chatham Fish and Game, Minnesink, Lake Valhalla, Park Lakes, and Orange Lawn. Thank you all. We're going to continue a little bit until we get our next match ready, so we get to continue this close one. By the way, speaking of the, let me just redeem myself of my old lady brain, and I couldn't remember who I won junior nationals with 8,000 years ago, so I had to enlist Patty Hogan's iPad. So shout out for my 12 and unders. I will not say what year it was of any of these.
Can we play a guessing game?
You won't know nobody. But I did win all three, and I won because there was no 10 and unders when I played, and I won all three with 3 different partners. That was my problem. I couldn't remember anybody. So 12 and unders was Jana Butterfield. I don't know where you are, what you're doing. 15 and unders with Heidi Hughesby. Again, super awesome girl. Sarah Sloanacre, 18 and unders. Shout out to all 3 of you girls. Hope you're well.
That's awesome, Jill. And I gotta say, as we're watching this match, this has definitely been the most vocal and fiery match that I've seen so far. As you're hearing a lot of come-ons and fist pumps going on out there. You know, these boys are super competitive, and you know, clearly got a lot of fire, and they all want to win out there.
I wonder if they have been watching the men's paddle live stream. I feel like this year there's been a lot of Hispanic influence and you know, the vamos and all that as you're winning the point of fist bumps and kind of getting a little bit more loud on the court. So maybe they picked it up there. I wonder if that's what happened.
30-15. 30-15.
That's why we have the umpires there to clarify. It's hard, and we all know playing long paddle matches, certainly all day, it's easy to forget what the score is.
Jill, have you had the pleasure of playing against Morgan, Wyatt's
yes.
mom?
Yes, I have.
I'm just now joining the live stream of the match and realizing that that's his mom.
Yes.
That's awesome. I
Yes,
got to
yes,
play
yes.
against her a few times.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll run into each other again at Nationals.
She's got
in
a
Boston.
two-handed forehand bullet. I know her well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joaquin and Wyatt have been playing in these for a while. As we said earlier, they've won both the 10 unders and the 12 and under so far. I know that Joaquin is a big tennis player in the Neon. He plays a lot of tennis. I'm not sure about Wyatt. It looks like more of his sports are football and golf, other than, you know, paddle. So maybe
And Fortnite.
Well, is that a sport, Vera?
I think for those
It
guys,
must be.
it is. They take it as seriously as paddle.
I think
for
you're
sure.
right.
To love, second set.
I think they have Fortnite tournaments, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised. And here's Chris, who can tell us more about
Chris.
video game sports.
Oh, no. Are you a
Thank for that-
Fortniter?
Thank you for that great segue there, Vera. You know, I am certainly no stranger to the video game world, but I cannot say that Fortnite is my game of choice.
You specialize in Mario Soccer.
I love the classic games. You know, I love the Nintendo. I love the GameCube, the original Xbox. Yeah, these new games, they're tough. Exactly, yeah. And you know, these 10-year-olds that you're playing in the lobbies, they're no joke.
That's too much information for us now, Chris, about you. The fact that you know they're called lobbies kind of scares me.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like hotel lobbies. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyways.
Vera knows that my real passion in video games comes to the classic game of Parcheesi, though.
I believe that without a comment. Let's get back to the match.
Ball 30.
So it's interesting. I see that Joaquin and Wyatt are from two different states. Joaquin lives in New York, and Wyatt's in Connecticut.
I also noticed that, and I was wondering how they came across each other. And
I'm not sure. I would assume that their parents may be friends, or, you know, met somehow. Maybe at one of these tournaments. Maybe they played at an earlier age level and saw each other and connected. I don't know.
15-40.
Well, luckily, I mean, I don't think Harrison, New York is too far from Greenwich, Connecticut. But yeah, definitely, you know, begs the question of how did this team get put together? As they've won the national championships twice already.
Chase Egan and Eric Davis, they're both from Montville. So maybe they belong to the Montville Golf Club?
Is that the club of choice there?
I'm assuming.
It looks like their favorite paddle player is Vanessa, so I wonder, do they play
Lake
at
Valhalla?
Lake Valhalla?
Okay.
Both of them put Vanessa. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Good research there.
Shout out
Vera.
Vanessa.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well with little baby.
Yeah, I think I hear she's coming back for the
Games,
States on
Davis
Tuesday.
Egan.
Oh, good.
Games
Jill, are you playing on
1-1.
Tuesday?
I am playing with one of my
Second set.
members, Muffy Rolke. Shout out Muffy. We're gonna have an awesome fun day.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. A fun day with some friends.
Yeah, this year the ladies, I don't want to take away from the juniors, this year the ladies championship is going to be played with a member, pro plays with a member, so I think that's going to make it really fun day.
Absolutely. All right, we're at 1-1 in the second set.
And just like the junior national championships, the forecast for Tuesday.
Don't even say it. Don't say it, Chris.
Don't you dare.
100% chance of rain.
Okay, no, I have the best matching outfits playing with my partner, and I cannot let this happen. It's just not. It's not happening.
Well, hopefully the rain isn't gonna make you guys change your outfits, will it? Or is this not a waterproof outfit that we're bringing to the table?
Will it bleed color on
It was supposed to be without a raincoat. Like that was the whole
see.
planning. So now we have to get matching
Hopefully
raincoats.
there's enough time, to get some matching
gotta go
raincoats, throw a
shopping.
monogram on them maybe.
I wish I could have that neon bright yellow.
I like that
coat
too.
like Joaquin Urrutia.
Yeah, Joaquin's got it.
And
Yeah, he is not afraid to show some flash out there.
so, correct me if I'm wrong. When I started playing the sport,
15-30.
there was like this unspoken rule, but I don't know if it's a real rule that you can't wear this lime green color. So you can, it's just not. You can't like dress the whole a full outfit of lime green, but evidently you can have like one piece of clothing.
I've heard about this rule that you're talking about, and I know, when I taught up in the Westchester area, this was only a rule in the ladies paddle leagues.
No, am I surprised? I'm kidding.
I don't know what the
Not.
rule was in New Jersey. Maybe
gonna
Jill
keep
can
quiet.
tell me on this one.
Jill, we might lose our jobs if we start elaborating on this.
Well, the theory is that and actually
30,
Viking
40.
came out with a
Yellow paddle,
yellow
right?
paddle, and that kind of stirred the pot even more because people were saying, I'm not going to say what gender was saying that they had a hard time following the ball off of the paddle. That was the
They lead
theory.
2 games to 1.
But
Second
hey,
set.
professional tennis players play tennis in a neon yellow shirt, so I think they've loosened the rule a little bit.
Yeah. No, I love the swag. I know you guys talked about it a little bit. I love how all the boys are swagged out, and
we're going to switch them out
yeah,
again.
it looks like we have
Our
boys
final match of
18?
the day.
Yep.
We've made it to the end. These kids have had the best day, and we've made it to the 18 and under boys final.
Well, Ryan, this is really the creme de la creme in terms of junior paddle, as we have the legendary Mason and Cooper Fridays, who are the 2018 12 and under winners, 2020 15 and under winners, 2021 15 and under winners, and our 2023 18 and under winners as well, going against Al Eby and Connor. Is it Christ?
I would say
Jill?
Christ.
Yeah?
I would say Christ. I'd go with that.
A team that I'm not as familiar with, but it looks like both Eby and Chris are from Pennsylvania area. Manufacturers Country Club, very nice. A little help from the fans out there, and their
that's a
favorite
beautiful
paddle
spot.
player is Tomas Christian, an answer that I haven't seen yet on one of the sheets today, but. Another Philly legend who's now over in the Jersey area.
Perfect timing. Clarification on football. So I'm calling football. If I see it, I'm going to call it. Each one gets a warning. We'll play that point as a let. And then from then on, football lost the point. Sounds good.
I'm looking at the fact sheet here for Mason and Cooper Friday. Cooper Friday listed his favorite paddle player is Stephen Mitchell. In parentheses, my father, which I'm assuming he's listing 2 different players and not calling Stephen his father, but
His father in spirit, maybe.
yes, exactly.
Or is he saying that he feels like Stephen Mitchell is his father in the game? His father figure in the game of paddle.
We're going deep.
I think we'll have to let you take the post-match interview and get down to the bottom of this one, Vera.
Final round match. We're going to play best 2 out of 3 sets with tiebreak.
Yeah. Also, Mason
Oh my
Friday's
God, I
favorite
love it.
hobby is just eating.
I love that, and I second that.
Absolutely. There's
Great
been a
job,
lot
Mason.
of food talk on this live stream today.
And Mason Friday.
So So I'm sure Mason has made his way over to the buffet over at Canubrick Country Clubs. They've had a plethora of different food options for the kids to indulge in. And I think we know how he's going to celebrate afterwards.
We'll spin for serve, and then we'll get rolling. Let's spin her up.
I don't want to put my paddle on the ground, up or down. All right.
Connor, you going to serve? Yep. All right.
All right, and the Friday boys are out there with the backwards hat look. We got, is that Mason Friday in the
White.
well, it says blue
Yeah,
shirt,
no, I
but
think it's under his white.
yes,
sweatshirt.
exactly.
Football.
Oh,
Right
first
up the
point,
bat.
starting
Wow.
with a foot fault.
Wowzers.
Wait, oh, he's giving a do-over.
Football.
Oh,
Love 15.
that warning did not do much, unfortunately.
Doesn't matter if you're on the line.
All right, Connor Christ is to serve in the T-shirt.
Yep.
I'm liking this look. You know, he's got a little baggy sweats, T-shirt with a beanie.
The beanie and the T-shirt,
Yeah.
they're kind of contradicting a little bit.
That's kind of cool with that stealthy white paddle he's got too. Yeah, take a step. Oh, look at that! You saw the step back before he served, making sure he's not having another foot fault called. Now we see a quick side change at the net to get Connor Christ on the left side where he can do a little bit more damage with his overheads, but an absolute just bomb of a backhand by the Friday boys there.
And it looks like Mason did list his backhand as his favorite
Yes.
shot. So I wonder if we're going to see a lot of it. And Cooper Friday listed his cut overhead. So can't wait for them to get to the net so we can see what they got.
And you can see Mason is just letting it fly right off the bat. Win or lose, he's going for it.
You got. You got.
Wow.
Looks like you, Chris.
Yep, huge forehand
That was
or
a backhand.
backhand off
Come
the
on.
screen by Cooper Friday, and loved the leg kick that we saw as he hit that ball too.
Deuce, guys, deuce.
Now these boys, the Friday boys, are hanging out in the paddle hut all day today, and there's just a little bit of a different swagger by both of them as they're coming in. You know, they walked in here looking like they own the place, and they're ready to win their 5th national championship, which is just a crazy number.
Well, fun fact, Chris.
Yep.
There's one team who has
Game
won
the Fridays,
6.
They lead the first set, one
Are
game
they?
ball.
They're not currently playing anymore
Interesting. Okay.
from the past, but not the distant past like myself.
You want to tell me who that team is now, Jill?
I'll give it to you. It was Nikki Ross and Corey Delaney.
Oh, cool.
Yep, both from New Jersey.
Does Delaney have anything to do with Bobo Delaney?
Do you think so? Yes, it does. It's Bobo's daughter.
Awesome.
And
awesome.
Nikki Ross is Cindy Ross's daughter. Yes, so they have had 6. So they are the leaders right now.
6 more than I have. Juniors or adult.
And I believe
battle.
Cooper is 18. Cooper Friday, I think, is 18. I think it might be his last year in the juniors. And don't worry though, we'll see him in the men's for sure, sometime in the future.
You know, and I think an interesting thing to point out, you know, is Cooper Friday in the red is talking about his favorite shot being his cut overhead, is how the weather is going to impact this match. I think that we could see the most difference in the style of play probably in this match as we've seen all of them. You know, as anyone who has the ability to put some spin on that overhead when the court gets wet like this, that just proves to be, you know, kind of a game-changing shot and a really easy way to shorten some of these points.
40 love.
It looks like Evie and Chris are struggling a little bit with returning Cooper's serve as well.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
got
sure
some
that
nice
ball
big
is
kick there, and
just skidding off the court. And you know, in this kind of weather, when you're at the baseline and someone's putting that much spin on the ball, you actually want to try and play the ball off the screen as much as you can, because when that ball hits the court like that, you can see how much it's moving before it gets to the screen. So you want to try and, at least when it hits the screen,
Oh,
wow.
backhand
I mean,
cutter.
that
Need to see
is
that
just
one.
Team
cocky.
Fridays, they lead the first set 2-1.
Wow,
That
what a
was
shot.
gorgeous.
Yeah, let's see an instant replay of that one. I mean, look at the movement on these balls. You can see Chris and Evie are just dancing around the court trying to get the ball back.
Brother was pumped for that shot.
Oh, here it comes. Yeah, you can see that thing
15
coming
low.
from a mile away.
All right, we got Al Eby serving on the further side from us, or now on the closer side. Never mind. He's serving, that we know for sure. Sorry guys, it's been a long day here at Junior Nationals. You might want to kind of tune me out at this point.
Oh, never. Cover. Wow, nice shot.
Yeah, that was a great point by
Yep.
Evie and Chris there. They
Yep.
really slowed it down.
Yep.
30 low.
The Fridays are throwing a lot of different overheads at them, a lot of different spins, placements, and they're keeping their cool.
Low.
All right, triple game point for Evie and Chris trying to get on the board in this first set.
40,
Those
15.
boys 18 and under, national finals today.
No. 30.
2 quick points. See if they can close out this game.
Oh, we'll cut over out of his own there by Chris. Oh,
that
drop shot.
Oh, but he saw it.
Did he get it back?
Oh, he dropped it again.
Oh, wow. What a point.
That is the best point we've seen all day. Wow.
Oh, let court.
It's going to
Oh, come on.
It had it all, that point.
Unbelievable.
Great point by both teams here.
As that 40 love lead that Evie and Chris had has just vanished.
Advantage.
Got a little help from Mason Friday there, and they get one more chance at winning the game. Great communication from
Evie and Chris.
Evie and Chris.
Yeah. All right, 2-1 in this first set.
Shaking a little of the nerves out.
That's right. Mason Friday to serve. Another unique answer for his favorite paddle player, John Kilmer.
I'm not
Is that
familiar.
oh man, I hope I don't get the wrong place, but is that a Pittsburgh player by chance? That would make sense, I guess.
It
yeah.
would really make sense.
So I'm looking, yeah. I think John was commentating a couple of the APTA Tour events earlier this season. Oh, another cutter by Mason Friday. Not that one, not quite as well struck, but ends up winning the point nonetheless. Yeah, you just see so much athleticism by the Friday boys. It looked like I saw a slide to get that last volley there. Always makes me nervous.
Philippe's been known to slide a few times on the
Yes, he
paddle
has.
court.
Makes me just as nervous when he does it too.
40-15.
That was a tough cutter into the corner of Al Eby. I mean, you could tell if that ball had no spin, he was going to put it straight back in the court, but it just hit his paddle and exploded. Oh, great screen drive by Chris. Oh, behind the back.
Almost.
I mean, this match has had it all so far, I feel like.
I told you this was going to be a highlight reel kind of match here, and it is not disappointed so far. I think we are correct, as it's 3-1 first set Fridays.
15 all.
15 all in this game.
Umpire,
15-30.
Umpire Mike does a great job yelling out the score. It's easy to lose in these long points, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Football.
Just hate to see that be a factor, in these matches. But Chris is going to have to watch it. Mike is all over him, and looks like it might have thrown off his rhythm a little bit. The Friday boys are up 4-1 in this first set.
Yeah, it can be tough too. I mean, you play the matches with your friends, you play league matches. No one really calls foot faults. You're supposed to call it in yourself, but obviously you're not looking at your feet when you're serving. So all of a sudden you have a complete muscle memory of how to do it, and then you get to these matches where all of a sudden the umpire says that you're doing it. I'm sure it can be hard and to adjust and not think about it too much. Another cutter. Good recovery by Eby and Chris.
Do we need to have a cutter counter?
I think so.
We should have placed a bet and seen
my
how
calculations are 3 so far.
I thought 3 as well. I'm
But
thinking we
one
have
absolutely filthy one.
Oh yeah. And the backhand one as well at that.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the other thing I've noticed in this court is, all 3 of these 4 players have just fantastic backhand drives off the screen too.
15 love.
It looks like the boys lost track of their own score after that marathon of a point. Luckily, umpire Mike was there to save the day.
Mike is on it. I want to know where he got his rain gear. It looks so solid.
This is not his first rodeo.
No.
For sure. I don't know how many states. Do you remember, did Patty tell you how many states were represented here, as well as Canada? Was it 7?
2 countries. I can do that math.
Yeah, 2 countries. I know off the top of my head, obviously, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut,
30 all.
New York,
Illinois,
Massachusetts. That's 6 off the top of my head.
No doubt.
That's pretty cool. And then Canada, for sure. So
That should count as 2 states.
I think it should count as at least
Just 2 states. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I don't
think
know.
5.
As it's 4-1 in this first set here, we are itching our way closer and closer to the all-important 7th game.
I'm too tired to argue on air right now, Chris. You can have this one. You can have it. Enjoy. Just enjoy. Knock yourself out.
You know, this first set could be over on the seventh game. The rate it's going right now.
It could be. Some sets, I mean, 6-love set doesn't even get to the seventh
Yep.
game. That's a whole different animal. I'm starting to see a little frustration from Evie Christ, kind of maybe not knowing how to get the point to go their way. I mean, they're getting a lot of
Yep.
balls back. They're hitting them back and lobbing well, but
Little
seems
hangdog look back there.
yeah,
for sure.
it seems like they're just getting a little down on themselves, and
You know,
this-
both Evie and Chris, they look like they have great lobs, and they're able to, you know, push them back, you know, behind the service line or close to it frequently. But I haven't seen, you know, a lot of offense coming out of that the backcourt by both of them, where they're doing something that can really, you know, bother the Friday boys in the net.
Wow.
It's all defense as
Yeah.
Al Evie goes down in the
It's,
push-up position, trying to get that last ball back.
Spins are rough. And then add some rain. Whew. I'm glad I'm up here.
Yeah,
Chris.
it's nice and dry up in the commentating booth at the Canubra Country Club today.
yeah, the booth is the place to be today for sure.
All right, and at this point, I mean, you know, Evie and Chris have just got to find some momentum, figure out what they can do to get some of these points going their way. You know, even if they lose this first set, you know, what can they learn along the way that's going to help them, you know, get ready to battle back in the second set.
30 all.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely still the challenge for them is to get in the point on their serve. Big drives are coming right at them right off the bat, so they need to get through those first few volleys to start the point. And then I think they need to be more aggressive at the net and definitely looking for offense a little bit more on the baseline. So let's see if they're able to do it in this point. That's a great down the line lob.
Yeah.
Cooper Friday.
He set himself up nicely.
Yeah, he had the exact shot he wanted.
Yep.
You know, the points feel like they're on the Friday boys' paddles, win or lose so far. That was probably the first ill-advised shot that we've seen so far by the Friday boys. Is Mason Friday hits a nice chip, and both of them come in and get the ball stuffed behind them. All right, 5-2 Friday. Mason Friday to serve. This has been the tricky game for Evie and Chris, is trying to figure out how they can get into some of these return games. That's great footwork there by Evie. He's got to get to that corner. Great dig again. Connor Chris looks really. He looks like he's starting to get really dialed in on that spin that they're hitting. Oh, a seamer.
Oh, and he makes it.
Yep.
Oh, and then
oh, look at this.
What a point. There's that backhand drive.
Yeah.
Huge.
That was
huge
good.
drive.
What they say, great defense turns into great offense.
Who says that?
Most great sports players, sports teams.
Okay.
In the sports world. Playing backhand off the screen by Christ.
Back it up a couple inches. Love 15, guys. Love 15.
Looks like Connor Chris trying to get himself fired up.
15 all. $15.30.
And the Friday boys are, you know, they're leaving a little little crevice in the door to come back, I think, as we're seeing a few more errors come off their paddle these last couple of games. We'll see if Evie and Chris can capitalize on it.
I feel like the Friday boys know they're kind of in charge of the match a little bit.
That was a sneaky little shot.
That was a great shot, though, right there. But
Really smart probing drive. Go ahead, Vera. Sorry.
No, you're good. I wonder if they're playing a little bit more relaxed and allowing those errors to happen because they know that when they need to, they can pull out those great shots out of their sleeves and just make amazing offensive shots. But to your point, Evie and Chris definitely need to use that to their advantage and stay tight and close in the points. And looks like they got a break point here. And maybe they can find one of those screen drives again or some offense off the deck.
You know, I think one thing to point out that Evie and Chris do a really good job of is, you know, they don't have a lot of power on their drives like the Friday boys, but you can tell they're lobbing well and they're waiting, just hitting that nice soft probing drive when they get one of the Friday boys off the net. You know, you could see Mason and Cooper both looking for that soft drive, trying to make them pay for it. Was that game there?
All right, yeah. Got a little unforced error out of the Friday brothers.
Quiet out call.
Yeah.
Hopefully no foot faults in this game.
Yeah, we've seen a few by Chris so far.
Those are tricky.
Yeah,
those
the pressure of Cooper Friday charging the net at you is it's a scary thought.
15 all.
Yeah,
Mike
looks
had
like,
it wrong.
yeah,
I think it's actually 15,
a rare
30.
feat, yes, Mike, with the incorrect score call the point before. It was
It was love 30,
definitely
right?
love 30, yes. See if they can remedy that.
He said 15-15, and we won the point. Whatever, just got.
15-30.
Yeah. That was the right score, yeah. But I can understand the confusion.
30 all, guys. 30 all.
All right, Mason Friday missed a few of those backhands in a row now.
Couple of donations, I'd say.
EB and Chris need to play a very disciplined point here.
Yes, they need to capitalize.
And if I were them, I would be keeping the ball a little bit more in the deuce side corner because more errors have come out of Mason Friday's side in this game.
Again, the curse of the commentator.
That's
is Cooper Friday with a missed backhand off the screen, but I do agree with your point there, Vera. I think personally, you know, they should be really targeting the forehand side of both Mason and Cooper Friday. You know, you don't have to hit everything to the deuce, but I mean, every time I see, you know, Cooper Friday wind up for that backhand off the screen, you know, I'm nervous for Chris and Evie myself.
And that's such an unlikely thing to hear in paddle. I feel like most players that you coach across the board, we kind of always say, pick on the backhand, pick on the backhand. The backhand screens are the weaker spot.
Wow.
And so on.
Love 30.
But yeah, all these, most of these boys playing right now love their backhand drive. And that was a occasional first look at a forehand chip drive off the screen from Connor Christ.
Yeah, he held that forehand nicely, and then just.
Evie and Chris are a very tricky team. You know, a little unorthodox, I'd say, in some of their shot selection, but they have great probing drives, great drives off the screen. Really using the full dimensions of the court to their advantage, I'd say.
They're keeping their lobs deeper right now as well, which is not allowing for those cut shots to happen from the Friday brothers.
15-30.
So we'll see if Cooper Friday can hold his serve here to advance one set forward.
Oh.
Wanted that one.
Yeah, it was a good look by Chris.
30 all.
But, you know, they had a 30-love lead in this game. Now it's 30 all. huge point here for both teams. You can see, that was a good drive by Chris. And,
Great volley coverage
Cooper
from Cooper Friday.
just punished him as he closed the net and took all their time away to recover. Looks like we lost the ball. We're going to get a new ball. We're going to go find that old ball.
It's like someone, was that Lubell that went to run and get the ball?
I
He
would
likes to
assume
get
so. Yeah, he likes to inject himself in these types of matches. Right,
There it comes.
Do we got a set point now for the
40,
Friday
yeah.
boys? Okay.
40-30.
All right, what do we think's coming, Jill?
Corner. Nope. I think he was going to go out wide.
No.
I think he's like, just get it in the box.
I think that we're going to see big cutter.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yep. By the Friday boys to end this first set. And you're going to see a big fist pump afterwards. That's my prediction.
Okay.
Not quite the prediction
All
I
right.
had, but first set nonetheless for Cooper and Mason Friday, as they are now
Give me a second, guys. Give me a
one set away from their 5th national championship.
Yep. You know, Evie and Chris, they started coming back. I think that bodes well for them in this second set coming. They have a little bit of momentum, you know, and maybe if they start off strong, you know, who knows?
I absolutely agree with that, Jill. I feel like, the end of that set, the momentum was totally starting to shift Evie and Chris' way. And let's see if they can capitalize on that. I do feel like the hardest game for Chris and Evie to win was Chris' service game, though. So I'm surprised to see that they have him starting off serving first again. But let's see how it goes.
15 love.
15 love.
Love. Love. 40-15.
Starting off strong. They
Yeah,
got
game point number 2 for Evie and Chris. Chris has made a great adjustment on his serve here to take out the worry of foot faulting. Interesting overhead technique by Connor Chris. It almost looks like he's holding his arm out to like stop, protect himself from the sun.
Maybe the rain.
Yeah, it could be the rain instead. You know what? That's a good point.
Those beanies don't have brims, Chris.
No, not these ones. Although I have seen the brim beanies before, Jill.
I've seen the ladies wear those brim beanies.
I agree.
You get one for me, Jill.
I
and
will.
It'll be worn, all right?
As long as it's like hot pink.
Slap a Moco logo on it, and
Heck yeah.
we're good to go.
Love it.
Oh, move there.
Oh,
man.
Just missed it.
Great between the legs dodge by Al
That was
Evie
a
to get
good
that ball
dig.
to the
Yep.
screen. And
Good dig.
Cooper Friday, the Friday boys, they're going for it. Make it or miss it. They're going to go for their shots as Cooper Friday has the short end of the stick on that backhand cutter.
Love 15.
And they better be careful as, more and more errors are starting to come off their paddle.
Oh, that's it.
Smart move.
Yeah, that's a good move, though. Absolutely.
15 all.
In this match, is it a 10-point tiebreaker for the third set, or is it a full set, guys?
I didn't hear Mike in the beginning. I heard that it was a tiebreak to 10. It's like a super tiebreaker for the third and
For
the
the
match
third.
prior. So I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
If they split.
I mean, I really feel like this match could be, I don't know if turning around fully, but comparing to those first few games from the first set, Evie and Chris have come a long way. I love that they're trusting their strategy of playing slow, kind of and smart, and waiting out for the perfect shot to pull the trigger in offense. And combined with some unforced errors here and there from the Friday boys, it's
40-15.
seems to be working for them.
Yeah. Wish I could say that it wasn't raining or it slowed up, but it looks like it's raining pretty hard out there. That ball skidded
just
pretty
cats
fast.
and dogs out there.
Yeah. Making those shots skid like crazy. Oh, there's the slide.
Game the Fridays. Second set is tied 1 all.
That's a good little get. Oh, wow.
15 love.
Good hands on the EB
Christ.
wrist side. How many names do you think we've said today, Chris? How many different names?
that
Too many to remember.
That's a question. Right there.
I've yelled out a lot of names this morning too for the round robins.
Oh yeah.
No question, it is such a long day, at Junior Nationals, and as tired as we can get in the commentating booth here, I just don't think that enough praise and love is really given to Patty Hogan, who is really the heart and soul of the junior paddle community, and she just does
And the muscle.
an amazing job every year putting this tournament together. She has an energy and enthusiasm that, quite frankly, I think is unmatched in the paddle community. And I hope all these kids know how lucky they are to have someone like Patty here to put these tournaments together, and how much work she puts in behind the scenes, for these kids to have a really, really special day.
1000%.
Thank you again, Patty, for all your work that you do, behind the scenes and in front of the scenes to put this tournament together.
She makes this day all about the kids, and they feel it and love it, and she is one of a kind.
And, ironically enough, Patty Hogan joking about, Chris and Vera not answering the call. Patty's calling me right now, and I'm going to have to take this call to make sure she knows that I always take the call from Patty Hogan. Patty, what can I help you with here?
I need to check my calendar.
Of
course.
I'll just wait in the booth here.
I have a hard time saying no to Patty.
Never would say no to Patty.
I've already climbed down her list of favorite pros, so I'll do a 5-year contract if I need to get myself back up in her favorites again.
I think you just started working your way back in there, Chris.
But no, this is my personally my third year helping out with Junior Nationals. As I'm still a little newer to the New Jersey area, and as soon as I got here, Patty reached out to me and said, "Hey, Chris, come hop in the booth and commentate and help out with this awesome event." And I'm so thankful and appreciative for this opportunity. It's been so fun to learn more about the junior paddle scene and get to know some of these kids that I've now seen for a couple of years now. You know, really grow and develop as players.
Well, one day you might play some tournaments against them, Chris.
You know what? I have a feeling we're going to see definitely the Friday boys, you know, sooner rather than later. Cooper Friday, Mason Friday, excuse me, going for another cutter. Can't count that one as there was no contact with the ball, Jill, but there was an attempt.
12:30.
So that's not a cutter. So
I
what's
believe
the count
it's
up to
still.
now?
They've gone for 4. I think they're 3 for 4.
Okay, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all.
What
That was
a volley. What a backhand volley. That is
heck
just
of a
too good.
pickup there by Cooper Friday.
Good spot there. Found a
Smart
little
return
hole.
by Chris. Just a nice little punch forehand drive. Oh yeah, big cut alert. Yep.
Oh, what a get though.
Look at that. One-legged backhand roller. Wow, just a filthy cut overhead by
30-40.
Cooper Friday as Connor Chris thinks it's coming to him. Ball hits the ground and says false alarm.
I feel like Cooper Friday is giving me like Mark Powers vibes of the junior paddle so far. Big overheads, big, well, not forehand, but backhand drive, but just such confident and very correct technique looking like shots. I mean, very clean play and amazing spins, just very impressive.
You know, the only brother combo that I can think of that is this strong on the adult tour would be, you know, Paul and Peter Rose out of Chicago, Illinois, who don't play together anymore, I believe, but I think they got up to like 5 or 6 in the country in their playing days. But pretty cool whenever you get to see two brothers out there playing together.
Advantage to Friday.
Nice overhead there.
Game the Fridays. They lead the second set 3-1.
Well, Friday boys are pulling away. This is a huge game for Evie and Chris. It's not the 7th game, but it is the 5th game. And, you know,
15 love.
big difference in
15
4-1,
love.
3-2. You know, you can just feel the momentum starting to go the Friday boys' way. Oh, Evie got 2 tries at that one. Oh, he's on the ground.
He's up.
It's 15 all. $30-15.
They may need to capitalize on these couple of donations they've gotten.
Great cutoff volley by Chris. That's just a beautiful lob there by Cooper Friday. Feathering it in down the line.
$40-30. Team Evie Chris. The Fridays.
All right, this is a huge
That was
game.
big.
Huge game. Evie and Chris are staying in the set.
Sorry, we're a little out of it.
All good, brother.
All right, and Cooper and Mason Friday are up 3 games to 2 in the second set of this national finals. As Cooper Friday is serving, down love 15.
15 all.
Big cut serve
nice
into the body of Connor Christ. Yeah, and that's the danger of hitting those soft drives that Evie just hit. You know, is if you got someone on top of the net and you're hitting the ball that soft, it's almost to your disadvantage.
$40-15. Game the Fridays.
Just a really quick service game by the Friday boys. You know, Evie and Chris have done a good job of managing their service games, but just feels like they're having to work a lot harder to win their service games than the Friday boys are.
15 low. $15 all.
Wow. Another lob, I'm sure, close to the line, and then
15-30.
another volley right at his feet. It's
And
tough.
again, as we're closing out, you know, today's junior nationals, another big thanks to umpire chairs Mike Yahimski, Carol Ewerton, Steve Kakam, and Mike Stulak, along with volunteers Ellen and John Birchinall, Paul and Lynn Ivins, Heather Ivins, and Lori Palinacki. Thank you guys for all of your work behind the scenes to make this just another awesome
40-30.
junior nationals for the kids.
They got a game point here, 40-30 chance to keep it close at 4-3. The pivotal 7th game.
That's right.
Game Evie.
There it is.
All right,
I'm telling you guys, this is like the match turning around. This 7th game right here.
Do we have a prediction coming here?
Yeah, I'm putting.
You're going Evie and Chris in
I'm
the
putting
second set.
these fruit snacks on the line
Wow.
for Evie and Chris.
I love
Guess
it.
what?
I love the strong prediction, and I love the way that Evie and Chris are playing so far. They have competed hard, and they've had a lot of offense thrown at them. You know, that's just a tough overhead to handle right there, but you know, they are battling as hard as they can, and you know, they're making the Friday boys work.
Yeah, and I think we often don't expect adult players to stay patient when you're facing so much offense from another team, but these junior players are doing an excellent job of staying patient and competing, and they're still in the match and still have a chance.
Oh,
the lead court was
court
on their side there.
goes in the favor of Chris and Evie. I mean, huge point here. Oh. Evie.
40-30.
Deceive me. Great volley by Cooper Friday, poaching there.
Yeah, we've seen them do that a few
Game
times.
point for the Friday boys to go up 5-3. This, honestly, this feels like the match right here.
Oh, a little long on the lob.
5-3. Connor Chris serving to stay in the national championships today. No, Vera's rooting hard for Evie and Chris after her bold prediction that they would come back and win this set.
I am. I mean, let's just One thing I don't want to happen, I don't want Evie and Chris to make a lot of enforced errors right now. If they lose to the Friday boys because they outplay them, that's one thing. But I want them to keep staying in at one point at a time. And
He tries his own cut.
I love it. I think we're up to 6 cutters now.
No fear in these kids.
No.
And that was a very nice low overhead. We haven't seen too many of those today yet, but nice low skidding ball off the back wire. That serve looked a little long to me, so that's a lucky call there.
Awfully close. Luckily for
They
these
are
kids, it's
lobbing.
not the call for Mike to make. You know, he only overrules if it's the wrong call. But I'll tell you what, that cut
15-40.
overhead by Cooper Friday into the deuce court has proved
Yeah,
to be
Al Evie has struggled with that throughout
that's
the match
been a
for sure.
game-changing shot today as we have double match point. I'd love at this point to predict the celebration by the Friday boys when they win. I think we're going to see a big bear hug.
What about a Brian brother?
Chest bump.
Chest bump?
Yeah,
Chest bump.
that's
I
what
want a
I'm
chest
talking
bump.
about.
That may be what we want. I don't know if
We're not
we're
gonna
going to
get it?
see that.
They might save it for off camera.
Yeah, I think it might, maybe. But I do think that you're going to see a big hug come.
A literal bro hug.
Oh, and the match ends
Wow.
with a peg.
Oh, just a casual little
That
high
was
five.
looked like someone who's won 4 national titles
That's
before.
right. Make
you
that
know?
5.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Cooper and Mason Friday with the nickel of national championships, number 5.
Congrats to all kids
Yeah.
who won today, played today. Great day for all the kids.
Absolutely. Well, Jill and Vera, it has been an absolute pleasure commentating with both of you guys today.
Ditto.
I think we are going to sign off on that note from a historic 2024 APTA Junior National Championships. Once again, before we go, big thanks to Patty Hogan, who really spearheads this whole event and puts it all together. And on that note, we are
See you
out.
next year.
Yeah, we'll see you next year, guys.
Done. Great job. Hey, good stuff to you. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. Done. Great job. Hey, good stuff to you. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired.